everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Lord of the Mysteries Alarm Clock Ghroth Path Chapter 101 to 125 Miss Alice's Secret. As an Beyonder with abilities related to fate, Roger's intuition was very sharp. He immediately sensed traces of some kind of disturbed luck around Miss Alice. Intervention of Beyonder power? Roger quickly thought to himself, but his expression remained unchanged. He had a conversation with Miss Alice, who inquired about the situation of Faye and the others. She showed a relieved expression after learning that they were all well. Afterward, it was the rehearsal for the first morning. The role Roger received was one of 2 attendant knights guarding a princess forced to wander due to a coup. The overall screen time wasn't too much, but he needed to sing a rather high-pitched and impassioned battle proclamation, which was also one of the climaxes of the entire play. Miss Alice's rehearsal time did not overlap with Roger's, so she stood below the stage and watched his entire performance. Mr. Geoffrey, Bonello is indeed an excellent singer. Roger's performance surprised her considerably. She admitted that her singing skills still had a significant gap compared to Roger's. Yes, that's why I said the No Man's Island bar is my lucky place. I unexpectedly discovered 2 excellent actors there, Jack Geoffrey said with a smile. After the rehearsal ended, Roger took the initiative to approach Miss Alice and started chatting with her. Miss Alice, did you study vocal music in a war county? Roger asked tentatively, very curious about the sense of fate disturbance around Alice. When he spoke, he had already used the stirring stick's ability to slightly influence Miss Alice's thoughts and strengthen her desire to confide. Yes, I graduated from the Art Institute of Tingen University. To be honest, I originally wanted to learn a skill, but my family thought I had musical talent, so I studied vocal music. Alice nodded, not hiding anything. Tingen University is the largest university in Tingen, and along with Hoi University, where Klein graduated, it stands as one of the 2 main higher education institutions in a war county. However, her statement made Roger feel a bit strange. Because in this era of explosive industrial development, ordinary commoners generally would not choose art as their major. In Lun, most people who could get into university would prioritize engineering or science majors, which offered relatively higher incomes, while a few would study liberal arts majors based on interest or career planning, to teach or work in administrative positions later. Majors like art, which have unclear future career paths and high expenses, are generally only chosen by children from wealthy families. The situations of Hannah, Kennedy, and Tuckman were different. The parents of these 3 were either music teachers or had accidentally come into contact with musical instruments while doing odd jobs in a theater group, which gave them the opportunity to become musicians. From Alice's words, she originally should not have intended to develop in the direction of music. I see, it seems to be a family tradition, Roger thought, then tentatively flattered her. No, I swear to the goddess, my family isn't in this line of work, Alice explained, then she seemed to remember something and sighed. It's my brother, he's a clerk at the Awar County Court, and his income is quite decent. He believes I don't need to earn money for the family, so he insisted I pursue my dreams. Roger heard a hint of something unusual in her words, as this differed from what he knew. When he was singing at the No Man's Island bar, he had learned some things about Miss Alice from Mr. Faye. According to Faye, Miss Alice seemed to be very short on money, which was why she sang at his bar. But fortunately, her luck was not bad, and she was discovered and came to Backland to develop not long after. This was undoubtedly inconsistent with what Miss Alice said, but Roger also consciously did not ask further. It's already noon, Miss Alice. I'd like to invite you to lunch, if that's all right. I hope you'll take care of me in the future. Roger stood up with a smile and extended an invitation to Alice. Yes, let's eat at the company's restaurant. Their eel soup and Fainapotter noodles are quite good. Alice did not refuse, but she proactively suggested the dining location. This was a cautious approach. After all, she and Roger had just met for the first day. Eating at the company not only protected her personal safety but also prevented competitors from fabricating rumors. Roger naturally had no reason to refuse. The 2 had a meal together at the DeVore Music Company's restaurant, but Roger secretly took the napkin she had used to wipe her mouth while Miss Alice was reapplying her makeup after the meal. I feel like a pervert, he muttered to himself on the way out of the company. Upon returning home, Roger found Klein sitting in the living room on the first floor, petting a cat and reading reports in the Backland Post. "Oh, even the great detective reads tabloids," Roger teased. The Backland Post belonged to the tabloid category in journalism. It often contained unverified rumors or scandals, and its authenticity was hard to guarantee. It's precisely detectives who need to find clues in tabloids. After all, major newspapers won't report those unspeakable things. Klein closed the newspaper and said seriously, "Do me a favor." Roger pulled out the napkin from his pregnant and handed it to Klein. "Help me divine the recent experiences of the person who used this napkin." Focus on family changes," he said after some thought. Since Roger himself could not perform dream divination, such a matter was best left to a seer. Klein glanced at the lipstick mark on the napkin and gave a teasing smile. "I didn't realize you were such a pervert." "Nonsense," Roger waved his hand. "I'm doing this to investigate an Beyonder incident." Seeing Roger's serious attitude, Klein stopped joking. "Wait for me, I'll be right up." He took the napkin down to the basement and entered a dream divination state using the napkin. Soon, a scene emerged. What first caught Klein's eye was the hem of a nightgown and a pair of female feet. The feet were bare, walking aimlessly on a wooden floor in some room. A bit strange. Who would constantly stare at their feet while walking around their own home? This made Klein feel very peculiar. But soon, something even stranger occurred. Klein, who could only infer the woman's environment indirectly through the situation of her feet, saw 3 scene changes in a row. From a wooden floor, then to an area paved with tiles, and then the scene shifted, revealing a grey flagstone path. At this moment, the scene suddenly jolted, and the first scene disappeared just like that. The transitions between these 3 scenes were abrupt and without any smooth transition. Klein saw no process of passing through any doorways at all. This made him think of Bandit, and his brows furrowed tightly. Passing through walls? Second update, more to come later. 102 Special Full Moon Curse. Chapter 102, Special Full Moon Curse. During this time, Roger had told Klein many things about the apprentice pathway, and Klein also learned that this pathway was a Beyonder pathway controlled by Roger's family. Since the apprentice has the special ability to penetrate solid walls and obstacles by utilizing the peculiarities of the spirit world, there naturally wouldn't be any material boundaries on the ground or door sills. Could this lady be a Beyonder of the apprentice pathway? While speculating, Klein once again used dream divination. Due to Roger's prior explanation, Klein specifically directed the divination towards content related to home and family, so many of the scenes depicted the woman's life at home. Through these scenes, Klein discovered that a rather handsome young man lived with the lady. From their accents and conversations, Klein realized they were a brother and sister living in a war county. The man's name was Lampard, and the woman's name was Alice. On the other hand, although it was clear that Alice had moved once, there were still many scenes similar to her walking with her head down. Basically, 2 out of every 3 scenes were related to this, and all of them showed suspicious behavior of the woman seemingly passing through walls. Klein diligently searched for more valuable information, and soon another scene caught his attention. It was still a scene of Alice walking with her head down, but in front of her appeared a man's legs and feet. "Alice, you're sleepwalking again." That was Lampard's voice. His tone was quite worried. Alice immediately turned around under his guidance and returned to the bedroom. Before the scene ended, Klein faintly heard Lampard's sigh. "If I could, I wouldn't want you to walk this path of mine." This sentence immediately caught Klein's attention. "This path of mine? The Beyonder's path? Does this mean Ms. Alice isn't a Beyonder?" With strong curiosity, Klein risked spiritual exhaustion and entered the dream world once more. This time, he changed the divination's focus, concentrating on Lampard. The scene quickly emerged, but its content greatly surprised Klein. Seeing Alice running in a panic, her eyes were now fixed straight ahead as she quickly passed through the corridor and entered the living room. Under the illumination of the red moonlight, a man was continuously bleeding from his mouth, nose, and ears, twisting and convulsing. In a short while, he stopped breathing. "Lampard!" Alice screamed in despair. The scene suddenly shattered, and Klein felt a sharp pain in his head. "I can't perform another divination." Helpless, Klein had no choice but to get up and walk upstairs. "Are you all right?" Roger saw Klein rubbing his forehead and immediately walked over to help him. The two sat down on the sofa. "How was it? Any findings?" Seeing that Klein's condition had improved, Roger finally asked. "This Miss Alice is not simple." Klein recounted all the scenes he had seen to Roger, who immediately frowned after listening. "You suspect Miss Alice and her brother Lampard are beyond us of the apprentice pathway?" After receiving Klein's confirmation, Roger got up and began to pace. "By the way, Alice said her brother was a scribe at the Awar County Court." Scribe. Scribe. Roger's steps suddenly stopped. Scribe and scribe have great conceptual similarities. And scribe is precisely the name of sequence 6 of the apprentice pathway. This indicates that Lampard Iman's profession is very likely part of his acting method. Roger nodded. He pulled out his decryptor glasses from his pregnant, and with the help of these glasses, he continued to decrypt in his mind. According to Klein's description, Lampard was at most in his early 30s. To be able to advance to sequence 6 at this age, he must have an extraordinary background. At the very least, knowing the acting method alone makes him quite remarkable. But this also indicates that Lampard Iman is not a member of the Abraham family, at least not a direct descendant, otherwise, he couldn't have advanced so quickly. Although generally speaking, the apprentice pathway is controlled by the Abraham family, this is more in terms of reputation and symbolic meaning. After all, this family produced Mr. Dorr, a half-true god of the apprentice pathway. In fact, the apprentice pathway is not an exclusive identity for the Abraham family. Whether it is the numerous students and collateral branches cultivated by the Abraham family, or the Tamra family, who were once related to them, or even secret organizations like the Hermetic Order, all have varying degrees of mastery over the apprentice pathway. However, on the other hand, this scribe ultimately died from the full moon curse, which left Roger puzzled for a moment. As for why Alice also possessed the ability to pass through walls, he also had a guess. That is, either Lampard or Alice's father or mother was a mid-sequence beyonder of the apprentice pathway, which might have caused Alice to inherit a small amount of apprentice beyonder characteristics, but it was not very obvious. Only after she falls asleep, due to a certain deepening of the connection between her astral spirit body in the dream level and the spirit world, would the apprentice's ability be stimulated, manifesting as sleepwalking with wall passing. So, the fate disturbance I felt earlier was due to a mystical connection between me and Alice. This made Roger feel very uncomfortable. As someone with abilities from the fate pathway, he disliked this kind of unknown fortune disturbance, as it often contained unclear dangers. "Klein, I have a question for you." Roger looked at Klein. "When you worked in the Nighthawks team in Tingen City, did you ever handle the death case of a court scribe named Lampard Iman?" Klein was stunned upon hearing this. He lowered his head and quickly recalled, then looked up and replied, "No, at least when I was working at Blackthorn Security Company, I didn't handle or hear my colleagues handle similar cases." "Then this must have happened before you became a night watcher." Roger took off his decryptor glasses. At this point, he already had a guess about Lampard's death. That is, the death of this scribe was not due to the influence of the full moon curse, or rather, it was not an ordinary full moon curse. There is a high probability that it was a special full moon curse caused by Mr. Dorr, who fell to earth that night due to the madness of the mother goddess of depravity, and emitted unprecedentedly intense murmur. Third update, more to come later. Chapter 103. He still has to thank us, 4,000 words in this chapter. Roger's certainty that Lampard Iman's death occurred before Klein became a Nighthawks was for a very simple reason. If Lampard, who worked in the judicial system, failed to show up for work, it would surely attract the attention of the court and even the police. During casual conversation over dinner, Roger had already learned that Alice lived in the West End, and she and her family were all followers of the goddess, and once the police investigated, the matter would easily fall under the jurisdiction of the Nighthawks. However, Klein, as a Nighthawks in Tingen City, had not heard of this matter, which meant it happened before he became a Nighthawks. On the other hand, combining what Miss Alice and the people at the Bravehearts bar said about her personal experience, Her going to the bar to become a singer did happen shortly after Roger's transmigration. This also explained why Lampard, who had not been significantly affected by Mr. Dawes' murmurs, suddenly died violently. After all, Roger had personally witnessed the heads of those direct members of the Abraham family explode. In comparison, Lampard's death was quite dignified. If that's the case, then Miss Alice's brother died because of German Sparrow, and after that, she lost her source of income, and after spending all the family's savings, she went to the Bravehearts bar to sing and earn money. Such a guess could explain many things, including why encountering Alice made Roger perceive a disturbance in fate. Because Alice Iman's background was not only related to the Abraham family, but her brother's death was also related to Roger. Although Lampard Iman was not intentionally killed by Roger, this still made him a bit conflicted. Roger told Klein his conjectures, and of course, during the narration, he consciously omitted matters related to German Sparrow to prevent Klein from being contaminated. You mean Miss Alice's sleepwalking is affected by an incomplete apprentice beyond a characteristic? This was easy for Klein to understand. After all, he had seen the mad state of that monster Admiral Sol. According to Old Neil, Admiral Sol's body should also contain an incomplete sequence 9 beyond a characteristic of a certain pathway, which is why he exhibited various abnormalities. Would it help if she became a true apprentice? Klein then tentatively asked. After all, you also have the apprentice potion formula. Of course, I'm not saying you should meddle, just a guess. We'll see later. Roger sighed, he nodded, and then asked about Ian's commissioned case. What happened to that dead detective? I took Ian to see the scene, and he also reported it to the police. I hope the police can find something later. Klein shook his head, and seeing this, Roger didn't ask any more questions but turned to rest. Klein continued to stay in the living room and study the newspaper. However, he hadn't been sitting for long when he heard a loud knocking sound from his front door. Thump, thump, thump. Who is it? Don't they know how to ring the doorbell? Klein was a bit displeased. He opened the door but found Moerso, the executioner of the Zmanga gang, whom he had seen in his dream earlier, standing outside. This surprised Klein, but soon the other party said something even more surprising. Moerso offered £10 for Klein to help him find Ian Wright, who had previously commissioned him, claiming that the latter had stolen a valuable item of his. Klein decisively refused, and no matter how the other party raised the price to £30 or even £50, he remained unmoved. Because it went against his principles. Not only because Ian was his client, but also because he had personally witnessed Detective Zerial's tragic death, and he didn't want the young man to follow in Zerial's footsteps. Who knew this seemed to anger Moerso. He glared fiercely at Klein, then turned and left. However, Klein wasn't afraid at all. In his experience as a Nighthawks, he had faced even more dangerous individuals, and a mere gang member was nothing in his eyes. He chuckled lightly, then went out to visit an inventor named Leopard. He was a follower of the god of steam and machinery, and he invented a four-wheeled human-powered carriage similar to a bicycle, based on Emperor Rosel's ideas, and sought investment. Finally, at Klein's suggestion, the design of this four-wheeled carriage was changed to 2 wheels, and he decided to invest £100, taking a 35% stake. After doing all this, Klein returned to Minsk Street 15 with satisfaction. Roger isn't home. He called Roger's name twice, only to find that not only did the guy not respond, but Bandit was also nowhere to be seen. Klein had no choice but to close the door and then go to the restroom. As he was washing his hands, he suddenly saw a pair of eyes in the mirror. Klein instinctively rolled to the side, narrowly dodging a blow dart using the agility of a joker. Before Klein could even pull out his tarot cards to fight back, the opponent had already closed in, delivering a powerful kick to Klein's face. Klein quickly extended his left arm to block, but he was sent flying backward by the powerful kick. Klein quickly adjusted his center of gravity, stabilized his body, and then began to entangle with the opponent. The opponent's strength was clearly superhuman, and as Klein maneuvered, he also recognized the opponent's identity. It was Moerso, the executioner of the Zmanga gang, who had previously commissioned him to find Ian Wright. The opponent's attacks, as dense as a sudden downpour, overwhelmed Klein, and he didn't dare to pull out his gun and shoot, because the sound of gunfire would attract the attention of neighbors. But Klein also knew that fighting like this was not a solution. He had to use his advantages. The next moment this thought appeared, he suddenly flipped backward, using the Joker's superhuman strength to create distance from Moerso. Moerso tried to rush over again, but saw Klein quickly throw a standard contract from the table. Tissue paper as a knife. Caught off guard, Moerso's throat was instantly cut by the paper. After a brief twitch, he fell to the ground, motionless. Who? Klein gasped for air, and just as he relaxed a little, another voice sounded behind him. I say. More ambush. Klein instinctively prepared to roll forward, but quickly realized the voice was a bit familiar. He turned his head and saw Roger leaning in a dark corner, drinking a glass of red wine, with Bandit sleeping on his leg. I say, can I have this guy's Beyonder characteristic? I can pay for it. Roger winked at him. Klein was instantly annoyed. You saw me getting beaten, and you didn't help. Who knew Roger would say as a matter of course. You, a Sequence 8 Joker fighting a Sequence 9 Hunter, still need my help? Besides, if you were really in trouble, I would definitely help you. I just didn't want you to lose face. Facing Roger's quips, Klein first muttered the potion name Hunter twice, then sighed. I'll give you the Beyonder characteristic later, no need for money. I need to divine first. You go back to your room, don't disturb my divination. Roger held out his hand, made a please proceed gesture, then drained the remaining red wine in his glass and returned to his bedroom with Bandit. A moment later, Klein looked up, his face full of shock. Just now in the dream divination, he learned that the person targeting Ian Wright was a Sequence 6 ambassador from another country, who was having Moerso hunt him down because Ian had taken an important item. And Klein was being retaliated against precisely because he refused Moerso's commission. He hesitated for a while, finally deciding not to tell Roger about it. After all, that was a high-ranking official from another country, and he didn't want to involve Roger in such matters. But this corpse right now. Just as Klein was hesitating whether to call the police, Roger came downstairs again. I'll handle this corpse for you, in exchange for acquiring his Beyonder characteristic. Roger offered proactively. You. Klein's lips moved slightly, and he quickly reacted. He recalled Roger's strange ability to banish in Sangwil. However, Roger had no intention of using Unifier of all things' ability. He walked up to Klein, took the red jello-like Hunter Beyonder characteristic that had precipitated from Moerso's neck, then pulled out a coin and gave Klein an awkward smile. The meaning was, please excuse my showing off. Then Roger silently chanted safe, safe, safe in his mind and tossed the coin. Every single detail was perfectly aligned. After confirming the coin landed heads up, he relaxed. Wait a moment, I'll be right back. Roger pulled out the Traveler dice, grabbed Moerso's clothes, and then tossed it. The Traveler dice landed in Roger's hand, with the two facing up. Klein only heard a damn it, then saw Roger and Moerso's corpse disappear on the spot. The next moment, Roger and Moerso simultaneously appeared in the living room of 4, Narcissus Street, Tingen City. This made him quite helpless, and he threw the dice again. As the dice fell again, the side representing nothingness finally faced upwards. With a flicker of light and shadow, Roger and Moerso quickly arrived at a place like a snowfield. He looked down carefully, only to find that what was on the ground was not snow, but densely packed ashes and tiny bone fragments. This made Roger shiver involuntarily. This is the spirit world. He dropped Moerso's corpse, and then heard a strange hissing sound coming from somewhere behind him. The sound seemed to come from a very distant place, but it sent a chill down Roger's spine. This made him not want to stay any longer, and he immediately tossed the Traveler dice again. 1. Roger breathed a sigh of relief at this result. As the void-like scenery of the spirit world quickly twisted and faded, he once again appeared in his studio at Minsk Street 15. He opened the door and returned to the living room. Solved. Klein was somewhat incredulous. Yep, I threw him into the spirit world to fend for himself. It actually benefited that guy, getting a fast train to the spirit world, how convenient. Roger laughed heartily, almost saying, he should even thank us. However, Klein couldn't laugh, His mind was filled with the fact that an ambassador from another country was targeting him. As mentioned before, although Roger was very strong, Klein did not intend to involve Roger in this matter. So he decided to first investigate the identity of the so-called ambassador, and then try to find a way through the Tarot Club to commission other members to eliminate the opponent. Oh right, I also need to find a bodyguard. Klein's mind suddenly recalled one of the contact methods Ian Wright had told him about, a Braveheart's bar on Iron Gate Street in the Backland Bridge area. Ian said there are adventurers there willing to take commissions. I'll go there and try my luck. Klein made up his mind, told Roger he was going out for a bit, then, under Roger's gaze, disguised himself and took the subway towards Iron Gate Street. And Roger naturally knew that Klein would soon meet Marek and Sharon, and at the same time, he would issue a mission at the Tarot Club to assassinate Becrin Jean Muddun, the Inti's ambassador to Backland. Afterwards, Audrey would spend 10,000 gold pounds to commission Mr. A to assassinate the ambassador. I'm really looking forward to the next Tarot Club, Roger couldn't help but exclaim. In the following 2 days, Klein confirmed the identity of the ambassador who wanted to harm him, and during this period, he was also subjected to an investigation and surveillance by Becrin's informants. Fortunately, Monday arrived again, and at 3 p.m., Fool Klein once again convened the Tarot Club. After Ms. Justice greeted the other 3 attendees, the meeting officially began. First, Hanged Man Algius reported to Mr. Fool, claiming that the secret order had a certain connection with the Inti's Republic. Inti's Republic. Hearing this, Klein once again thought of the ambassador Becrin who wanted to target him. I will issue a mission. Mr. Fool suddenly spoke. All the attendees straightened their backs upon hearing this, listening to Mr. Fool's instructions. Even Roger was like this, he had been waiting for this moment for days. You can choose whether or not to accept this mission. One of my favored ones has arrived in Backland, and he needs to assassinate Becrin Jean Muddun, the Inti's Republic's ambassador to the Lun Kingdom, but it's inconvenient for him to act personally. Is anyone willing to accept this mission? After some discussion and haggling, Hanged Man Algius finally successfully helped Ms. Justice clarify her thoughts and dispel her worries that assassinating an ambassador of a country would lead to war. Finally, she decided to try taking on this mission, but couldn't guarantee success. It's coming. Roger thought to himself. He knew that Ms. Justice would spend 10,000 gold pounds to commission Mr. A, and this was exactly the opportunity he was waiting for. I need to visit Mr. A these days and ask him to take me along when he assassinates the ambassador. Roger really wanted to use this opportunity to search the ambassador's house to see if there were any magical items he could use. That person was Intis's intelligence chief in Lun, he must have a lot of good stuff. After all, Ms. Justice had paid, and Roger had always been very interested in maximizing profits, keeping the benefits within the family. As for him hindering Mr. A or being discovered, that was simply not an issue. Because, Roger had now further accommodated the shepherd's evil heart and become a shadow ascetic. Today's work is finished. 104 Find Your Own Things. Chapter 104 Recovering Your Own Things. Because Justice Audrey had already given half of the benefits from killing Chilangos to Wheel of Fortune Roger, clearing her debts, she proposed the Sequence 7 Psychiatrist Potion formula as compensation for the assassination mission of Bakerland's ambassador. On the other hand, Mr. Hanged Man expressed his interest in this mission and wished to participate, which would create a certain competition and mutual compensation in terms of success rate with Ms. Justice. As for the compensation, Alger had not yet confirmed it, only saying that they would discuss it after the mission was completed. Fool Klein naturally agreed without any objections. After all, for him, assassinating Bakerland, who threatened his safety, was the top priority, and an extra helper meant an extra guarantee. Roger, however, made no promises, as he was unwilling to act personally, only wanting to follow behind Ms. Justice and Mr. A to pick up the scraps. The son Derek listened with a bewildered expression throughout. He only felt that the giant language words poured into his head after the simultaneous translation from Sapphira Castle were very strange, with terms like ambassador, Backland, and Intis making him completely confused. The only thing he knew was that these people were secretly plotting to assassinate a prominent figure, and out of pure curiosity, Derek also looked forward to the subsequent results. After the transaction agreement was reached, Mr. Fool felt much more relaxed inside, and he began to read the new 6 pages of Emperor Rozel's diary brought by Mr. Hanged Man. It must be said that the first 2 pages of this diary gave Klein a great surprise from the start. It not only mentioned the names of the high sequence potions of the Savant Pathway and that the sequence 2 potion of the Seer Pathway was Miracle Invoker, but also the names of multiple sequence potions of the Monster Pathway mastered by the Life School of Thought, which worships the moon. It even included the name of the sequence 1 potion of that pathway, Mercury Serpent. The 3rd page of the diary was somewhat unremarkable, detailing Emperor Rozel's mental journey in inventing a practical steam engine, while from the 4th page onwards, it described Emperor Rozel's feeling of a reduction in his Beyonder characteristics after his Empress became pregnant. This seems to connect with the diary Roger brought me last time. Klein thought to himself, and this corroborating relationship once again confirmed the reliability of Beyonder characteristics being inheritable. This also made him think of the situation of Roger's current colleague, Miss Alice Iman. Dismissing the jumbled thoughts in his mind, Klein continued to read Emperor Rozel's diary. The content of the 5th page was unremarkable, basically detailing Emperor Rozel's actions as a plagiarist, copying popular music from Earth and the novel The Count of Monte Cristo. The 6th page mentioned Emperor Rozel's contact with Savani Solomon, the father of King of the 5 Seas Nast Solomon. After his ascension to the throne, this Beyonder of the lawyer pathway hoped to advance to a high sequence. And to help him with his acting, Rozel even secretly infeft him as a court count. If what this diary says is true, then King of the 5 Seas is at least 160 years old. That's a lot of information. Fool Klein was filled with emotion. He put down the diary in his hand and motioned for the attendees to begin exchanging and trading. First, Ms. Justice proactively proposed to Mr. Sun that she wanted to exchange information related to dragons, because the latter had mentioned last time that the spectator pathway originated from the dragon race, and Audrey believed that understanding dragon information would help her further explore the mid-sequence potion formulas of the spectator pathway. Mr. Sun naturally had no objection to this. He proposed that he wanted to obtain the sequence 8 potion formula of the Bard pathway in exchange. Just as Audrey was struggling with how to find the sequence 8 potion formula of the Bard pathway, Fool Klein suddenly spoke, stating that he could pay the light supplicant potion formula on her behalf. This was also loot Klein obtained from his previous adventurous act of blasphemy against Eternal Blazing Sun. Considering Audrey's power and influence in Backlund, he sold this as a favor to Audrey, hoping that this noble lady would do more for him in the future. While Ms. Justice and Mr. Sun went to discuss matters related to dragons privately, Fool Klein did not forget to secretly listen in. Meanwhile, Wheel of Fortune Roger took the opportunity to look at the bored Hanged Man Alger beside him. Mr. Hanged Man, do you still remember that you owe me a favor? Of course, Mr. Wheel of Fortune, I have never forgotten. Alger's attitude towards Roger was quite respectful, not only because he had already regarded the other party as a saint in his heart, but also because of the other party's help, his advancement progress had greatly accelerated. If nothing unexpected happened, he would soon become a sequence 6 Wind-blessed, becoming the strongest in the Tarot Club besides Mr. Fool and Mr. Wheel of Fortune. I need you to help me investigate through the Storm Church's internal network a list of Beyonders who suddenly died or went mad nationwide from early July to mid-July this year. As far as I know, the number of such people is very large. Hanged Man Alger was momentarily speechless. Every single word, every single sentence, every single detail, everything is there. No, there's a limiting condition. Focus on the Beyonders who showed abnormalities around the first full moon night. Roger added. This narrowed the scope significantly, and Hanged Man Alger, after some thought, agreed. The main reason Roger wanted Alger to do this was that he was inspired by the incident involving Miss Alice Iman. On the full moon night when German Sparrow descended, almost all direct Beyonder members of the Abraham family died, and even the very few survivors who did not carry Beyonder characteristics or were Abraham family members of other pathways would likely not choose to report to the police. As Beyonder families, they generally had their own industries and did not need extensive contact with society. In addition, they often tried to avoid contact with official forces as much as possible, and losing control was inherently unavoidable, so they would most likely keep it a secret. Therefore, those who could come to the attention of the police were very likely collateral relatives or students trained by the Abraham family, and they had been exposed to high-level sealed artifacts of the Abraham family. And Roger's goal was to find these families as much as possible, and then try to reclaim what rightfully belonged to his own family from those survivors. First update. Chapter 105. The family's orthodoxy is actually a cat. In fact, for the members of the Abraham family, the most deeply ingrained trauma was the 2 consecutive betrayals they suffered throughout history. Unable to become high-sequence Beyonder due to Mr. Dor Bethel Abraham's full moon curse, they had always dedicated themselves to cultivating many collateral relatives and students. These individuals were not affected by the full moon curse and could advance to high sequence normally. The Abraham family originally believed that once these students advanced to high sequence, they would be grateful and, in turn, protect their teachers, but they never expected to bring about disaster. The Abraham family, as the main branch, was too weak to support those overly powerful branches. As a result, non-family members who coveted the family's powerful sealed artifacts launched 2 consecutive rebellions, the second of which was the most severe. During that rebellion, Botis, a Sequence 5 traveler and a student of the Abraham family, was tempted by the true creator and joined the Aurora Order, which then led to an extremely terrifying disaster. In Botis's betrayal, almost all high-ranking members of the Abraham family were wiped out, and more than half of their already few powerful sealed artifacts were lost, leaving only 3. Among them were Level 1 and even Level 0 sealed artifacts, and Botis also advanced to a Sequence 4 secret sorcerer after this, transforming into the mystic saint of the Aurora Order. Due to German Sparrow, the already few members of the Abraham family are now even fewer, and Roger should currently be the strongest among them. Considering that Roger himself is a direct descendant of the Abraham family, in a sense, he is also the current patriarch of the Abraham family. Therefore, recovering the family's lost sealed artifacts, resolving Mr. Dor's problem, and establishing his own support network also became part of Roger's plan. After this transaction was completed, the communication between Ms. Justice and Mr. Sun also concluded. As Mr. Fool announced the end of the meeting, Roger returned to reality. If nothing unexpected happens, Ms. Justice will find Mr. A within the next few days, so I need to contact him in advance. Roger thought for a moment and decided to inform Kisma, the Saint of Obscurity, first. He performed the ritual to summon Kisma's eyeball messenger, conveyed his desire to meet to the other party, and soon received a reply. I understand. Tomorrow at 4 p.m., go to the usual place to find Mr. A. Roger breathed a sigh of relief and was about to leave using the traveler dice when he was suddenly called by a voice. Roger. It was Bandit's voice. Roger followed the sound and soon found Bandit in his bedroom. Many different books and papers were scattered on the bedroom floor, and Bandit was trembling in fear, huddled in a corner. What's wrong? He walked over and comforted the cat. After a moment of calm, the latter spoke. I was just reading, and suddenly I heard a sound like something breaking. But there was no glass or porcelain nearby. I just felt a little scared. Roger was stunned when he heard this. Did you completely digest the apprentice potion? Hearing a breaking sound from within oneself is one of the signs of potion digestion. But he had never specifically told Bandit about this, and according to Roger's estimation, the cat would need at least another month to finish digesting it. What were you doing just before you heard that breaking sound? Roger frowned and pressed for an answer. Just reading. Bandit mustered up the courage to go back into the pile of books and then dragged out a notebook. Here, it's this. Roger narrowed his eyes and then realized. It was the Abraham family's notebook. No wonder. It contains insights and experiences recorded by generations of apprentices, as well as a lot of knowledge from this sequence. You must have inadvertently acted as an apprentice to the many ancestors of the Abraham family, which greatly accelerated your potion digestion. After discovering this, Roger was momentarily in a daze. He had just been thinking about being the patriarch of the Abraham family, and then Bandit actually received the anointing from the ancestors right after. Could it be that the true heir of the Abraham family is a tabby cat? He muttered to himself for a bit, then confirmed some details with Bandit, which convinced him that the cat had indeed digested the apprentice potion. You rest today. Tomorrow afternoon, I will help you advance to Sequence 8 Trickmaster. Upon hearing this news, Bandit ran several laps downstairs excitedly, even startling Klein, who came out to see what was happening. What's going on? What's wrong with Bandit? Mr. Fool asked curiously. Nothing, just digested a potion, too excited. Roger curled his lips, but in his heart, he secretly thought, it's advanced a little bit further on the path to becoming your dear. After arranging a simple dinner and water for Bandit, Klein went out again to Braveheart's bar to try his luck. Meanwhile, Roger activated the Traveler dice and returned to Tingen City, preparing to complete his work for the night. According to his estimation, his own Singer potion was not far from being fully digested. At that time, Roger would no longer have to sing 3 times a week, which would allow him to do more things at night. Backlund Bridge area, Iron Gate Street, Braveheart's bar. Klein once again found the contact person, Casper's, by buying a beer. After collecting an additional £2, the latter finally agreed to take Klein to an Beyonder gathering again to try his luck. He greeted his cardmates and then limped with Klein to a dark, unlit house on the back street, where he gave him a mask to conceal his identity. It must be said that the underground Beyonder gatherings in Backlund truly had all sorts of people. Not only were there Beyonder from the pharmacist sequence, but there were also Beyonder suspected to be from the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, and even individuals selling talismans that allowed people to hear foul speech. However, Klein became interested in this talisman and eventually paid £400 to buy it from the Beyonder codenamed Black Snake. But he still did not succeed in hiring a bodyguard on this trip, which disappointed Klein, but at least he gained something, which improved his mood considerably. The next afternoon, Gower Street. Mr. A arrived at the hexagonal building on time and entered the library that Kisma often used previously. Roger was already waiting there. He smiled at Mr. A and then began to state the purpose of his visit today. Second update. 106-inch Master of Tricks Potion. Chapter 106, Master of Magic Potion. B. I heard from His Excellency Dark Saint that you were looking for me. Upon seeing Roger, Mr. A amicably inquired. He wasn't wearing a mask today, so Roger saw his face, which was more beautiful than most women's. So beautiful. Even more beautiful than C. Roger stared, his eyes a little dazed. Although he already knew that Mr. A's appearance was ranked among the best in the entire Beyonder world, seeing him in person still made him feel a bit entranced. Their previous cooperation in assassinating Chilangos had gone smoothly, and they had established a good personal relationship as a result. Yes, I heard that you are going to assassinate Bekran Jean Mudun, the Intis Republic's ambassador to the Lun Kingdom? Roger said, his expression unchanged. At these words, Mr. A's beautiful pupils narrowed slightly. He asked very cautiously, how did you know about this? Such matters involving the assassination of foreign public officials were quite sensitive. When Mr. A heard it from Roger, his first reaction was that someone had leaked the news, or that someone was setting a trap to eliminate Mr. A. Therefore, he couldn't help but feel nervous. It's like this, the one who issued the assassination mission is a friend of mine. He has a conflict of interest with Bekran, and I also have a share in this commission. Roger smiled, casually linking himself to Audrey, the mastermind behind the scenes. You? Then why don't you do it yourself? Mr. A asked, a bit puzzled. To be honest, one of Bekran's subordinates saw me killing someone on the street. He then came to my door to extort me and was killed by me. Roger's expression was a little annoyed. After that, there seemed to be the shadow of marionettes in my residence. They seemed to be monitoring me. So you don't want to act yourself, fearing that their informants might discover your unusual movements in advance. Mr. A nodded, showing an expression of sudden realization, then asked, what do you need me to do for you? It's simple. Bekran has something I want. When you assassinate Bekran, I will sneak into his mansion in advance and take that item. Roger made up a story casually. Of course, I won't hold you back, because I am already the Lord's shadow ascetic. With that, he voluntarily merged into the surrounding shadows, and then stepped out again, as a display of his own abilities. Mr. A finally smiled upon hearing this. Congratulations, B. This means your piety has been recognized by the Lord. He lowered his guard. No problem. I will notify you through your messenger before I make my move. After the two reached an agreement, Roger returned to Minsk Street 15 and began to prepare the Trickmaster potion for Bandit. Klein also watched the entire process. Roger saw the curiosity in his eyes and took the initiative to explain the core abilities of the apprentice pathway to him, then added, "You might not know, the apprentice pathway is an adjacent pathway to your seer pathway, and you can switch between them at high sequences. Of course, the marauder pathway is also an adjacent pathway to them." Upon hearing Roger's words, Klein thought to himself, "As expected. It's just as I thought before." He nodded and continued to ask, "Then, assuming I switch pathways at a high sequence, will I completely transform into a beyonder of another pathway, or will there be a fusion of abilities?" "It's the latter. Your original abilities will be retained, and then undergo a fusion-like change based on the new abilities," Roger explained. In fact, this is one of the advantages of switching pathways. Are there any other advantages? Klein noticed the key phrase in Roger's statement. There are many others. For example, it can help Beyonders walk some paths that were originally impassable, or switch from a relatively dangerous pathway to a relatively safe adjacent pathway. Seeing the liquid surface in the beaker already churning, Roger began to add 5 milliliters of hornbeam essential oil, 10 grams of bullgrass powder, and 1 blooming red chestnut flower, one by one. These were the auxiliary materials for Trickmaster, which Roger had retrieved from the family's residence in advance. Low-sequence materials of the apprentice pathway like these were plentiful for him, enough to prepare more than 5 portions of Trickmaster potion. Of course, if they ran out, it didn't matter. These materials were not difficult to buy on the market, and if all else failed, he could always go back to the family residence to get more. For example, most of the Beyonders of the God of Steam and Machinery Church are from the Savant pathway. However, since the sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic of the Savant pathway already belongs to that true god, if a Beyonder of this pathway wants to advance beyond sequence 2, they can choose to switch to the adjacent secret supplicant pathway. Also, for example, most of the Aurora Order Beyonders are from the secret supplicant pathway. They will frequently hear the true creator's ravings starting from the sequence 8 listener stage. This can lead to unpredictable consequences. So some Beyonders of the secret supplicant pathway will, upon reaching sequence 5, begin to seek to switch to the adjacent bard, sailor, audience, or reader pathways, in order to weaken the true creator's influence. Roger knew very well that Klein was very interested in the information about the knowledge dual pathways and the omniscient and omnipotent 5 pathways, so he considerately used these 2 examples. So that's how it is. Mr. Fool felt his understanding greatly increase, and many of his doubts were cleared. "By the way, Roger, which pathway are you from?" Klein finally asked the question he had always wanted to ask. My pathway is quite special. Please forgive me for not being able to tell you its name. You just need to know that my pathway is related to music. Haven't you always been curious why I sing at bars? It's actually for the sake of acting," Roger replied while adding the Spirit Eater's stomach and 20 milliliters of deep-sea speargrass blood into the beaker. "So that's it." Klein showed an expression of sudden realization, which also explained why Roger was able to be selected for the opera troupe. It turned out it was all thanks to his Beyonder abilities. "All right, Bandit, here's your Trickmaster potion. Eat it quickly, otherwise it will turn into a Beyonder item." Roger poured the viscous, jelly-like substance from the beaker into a clean cat food bowl. Bandit went up, sniffed it twice, and then, with a somewhat pained expression, began to eat it. After confirming that it had swallowed every last bit of the potion, Roger and Klein both watched it nervously. "Close your eyes and meditate in the way I taught you." Roger gently guided the dizzy tabby cat on the floor. Third update. Chapter 107. Roger's gains, 4,000 in this chapter. Seeing that Bandit was already showing signs of mania and loss of control, Roger reminded him again. First, imagine your cat's food bowl, and use this method to strengthen your control over visual effects. Roger did not immediately let Bandit try to imagine illusory things. Instead, he used the cat food bowl, the object most deeply etched in his mind, as a guide to help him strengthen his control over his spiritual power and thus reign in the overflowing potion power. When Roger first found him, it was with the guidance of divination. In a sense, Bandit, like Susie, was an animal with aptitude. It was precisely because of this that he successfully passed the hurdle of advancing to Sequence 9. But this did not mean he could continue smoothly relying on his special physique. Roger had to make him truly master meditation techniques so that he could become a Beyonder cat with self-preservation abilities. As expected, upon hearing Cat Food Bowl, Bandit's manic tendencies significantly lessened. As he gradually calmed down, Klein spoke again to add, "Feeling better now? Now you can start emptying your mind and imagine an object that doesn't exist in the world, replacing the original cat food bowl. You must follow this rule. Only then can you merge with the infinity of yourself and the universe, gaining knowledge that only you can comprehend. In mysticism, this is called mystical experience." Klein taught Bandit everything old Neil had once taught him, and unknowingly, his nose felt a little sore. "I wonder how old Neil is doing. Has he gotten over the Sally Celeste incident?" It's okay. In any case, it's good to be alive." Thinking of this, he also showed a complex smile. After a while, Bandit completely calmed down. Roger and Klein both saw drool flowing from the tabby cat's mouth, almost as if it was their own illusion. "How is it?" Roger couldn't help but ask. "Meow, meow." Bandit was startled awake. He looked at Roger and Klein, who were both looking at him with concern, and then said, "I think I'm ready. By the way, what were you thinking about just now? Why were you still drooling?" Klein also asked curiously. I imagined a fish as big as a steam train, Bandit said this, and once again showed an intoxicated expression. Pat. Roger and Klein simultaneously slapped their foreheads. They just remembered that they hadn't fed Bandit since noon today. In any case, Bandit had successfully advanced to Trickmaster. "Try out your abilities, but be careful with your strength." Roger spoke again to guide the tabby cat, then pulled Klein back a bit. "Okay." The tabby cat nodded. The next moment, he slipped on his own feet and fell. Trickmaster's slip. Roger's mouth twitched, and he explained to a bewildered Klein. This was not over. The tabby cat got up and began to create a large number of tricks in the living room of Minsk Street 15. One moment it was windy, the next he was burning his own whiskers, and once he even created an electric shock in the mist, scaring Klein so much that he immediately used Joker-S agility to pull Roger away. After a long while, Bandit, whose whiskers were half singed and whose tail had ice shards hanging from it, finally adapted to his newly acquired abilities and, exhausted, lay down on the spot and fell asleep. After a long while, Klein tentatively got some warm cat food and brought it to his mouth, and only then did the latter get up and start feasting. Seeing that Bandit was fine, Klein and Roger both breathed a sigh of relief. "What should we do about this guy's acting? We can't just let him go out on the street and perform tricks, can we?" Klein spoke with some worry. "Maybe you can. When you become a magician, you can take him to the street to perform with you, right?" Roger teased Klein, causing the latter to roll his eyes. After the previous attack by Charlotte Green, a member of the Secret Order, and Roger's subsequent explanation of the incident, Klein had confirmed that magician was sequence 7 of the seer pathway. As for the names of the subsequent sequence potions, Roger did not tell Klein. Because he knew that soon a master surnamed Luo would come to offer all the subsequent seer pathway potion formulas up to sequence 5 as tribute to the great Mr. Fool. One day later, Klein finally received a proactive contact from Zombie Merrick. The other party claimed that he had a friend who was willing to be Klein's bodyguard for 3 days. He decisively agreed to this cooperation and paid a fee of £1,000 as remuneration. After the expenses of purchasing the foul speech charm and the bodyguard commission, the £5,000 Klein received from Roger immediately shrunk to just over £3,000, which made Klein feel a pang of pain. Money can be earned again, but if life is lost, it's really lost. He comforted himself this way. Soon, Klein met the bodyguard, in his own mirror. She was a beautiful lady with light golden hair, blue eyes, and fair skin. This lady was wearing a black court-style long dress and a small black soft hat, and she respectfully bowed to Klein. If Roger were here, he would immediately recognize this lady as Miss Sharon from the temperance faction of the Rose School of Thought. However, such a bizarre ability made Klein feel a sense of inexplicable security, especially when his own danger premonition had almost reached its peak. Just as Sharon took on Klein's bodyguard commission, Ian Wright approached him again and told him the real reason he was being hunted by Bakerland, the ambassador. And this reason greatly shocked Klein. It turned out that Ian had accidentally discovered the great inventor René von Hermosius's manuscript about the third-generation difference engine. The difference engine was a computing device that could be used in mechanical aspects, and it was one of the pearls in the industrial crown of the steam age. Knowledge related to it was an important strategic resource. So this naturally aroused the interest of the Intes Republic's intelligence department, who hoped to obtain this valuable manuscript. Finally, Ian Wright told Lund's Military Intelligence Section 9 about the whereabouts of the third-generation difference engine manuscript and used their battle with the Zmanger gang to save his life. This news made Klein feel even more nervous, because he had not expected that an organization of Military Intelligence Section 9's level would be involved behind this. If it was just a foreign intelligence organization, that would be one thing, but involving Lund's own official agency was no laughing matter. If Bakerland was eventually caught and exposed Klein as a Beyonder, then the Nighthawks would very likely come to his door, and then Klein, this resurrected former Night Watcher, would definitely be arrested and sent to the tribunal. Of course, with Roger's strength, he could completely save Klein. But Klein did not want Roger to be an enemy of the government, and he also did not believe that Roger could defeat Bakerland's top official forces. The best case would be to escape, but this would undoubtedly make Klein a wanted man and make it difficult for him to move freely in the future. He couldn't possibly live wearing Roger's mask all the time, could he? So Bakerland had to be eliminated, and then no one would know his identity. As Klein was thinking this, he received a report from Ms. Justice via ritual magic. Klein then learned that Ambassador Bakerland was a conspirer, Sequence 6 of the Hunter Pathway, and also learned that Mr. A of the Aurora Order had accepted Ms. Justice's assassination commission worth £10,000. Every single word and detail was correct. Mr. Fool immediately felt a strong sense of relief. He did not forget to instruct Ms. Justice to be careful, and then proposed that his favored one needed £1,000 for activity expenses, stating that this could offset Audrey's debt to the Tarot Club. Ms. Justice naturally agreed without hesitation. For her, things that could be solved with money were always better than repaying at the Beyonder level. That was not only very dangerous but also could not guarantee the result. However, after all this, more than half of Hurricane General Chilangos's income of over £40,000 was already gone. Klein, who had once again received a £1,000 replenishment, felt his money anxiety lessen a bit. At the same time, he inexplicably felt a sense of guilt, as if he were a cult leader deceiving an ignorant young girl. Perhaps besides detective work, I should think of other ways to make money. For example, increasing investment in Leopard's bicycle project. But this also seems to have some risks. Klein couldn't help but fall into deep thought. That night, Backland West District, Inti's Embassy. In the brightly lit ballroom, a dance was underway, hosted by Bekran Jean Mudun. This Inti's intelligence chief often used such dances to subvert entrepreneurs and upper-class individuals from the Lun Kingdom, brainwashing them specifically, and incidentally promoting the superiority of the Intes Republic. Because of the third-generation difference engine manuscript, Bakerland encountered unprecedented resistance, but fortunately, he obtained clear clues. For this, Bakerland specially dispatched Rozigo, a Sequence 5 Beyonder, and had the latter, after handing over the manuscript to the contact informant, conveniently eliminate the little detective Sherlock Moriarty, who dared to protect Ian Wright and also killed his capable assistant Merso. Just as he was thinking this, Bakerland suddenly noticed a beautiful lady in a dark red long dress. Bakerland was immediately attracted. He walked up and talked to this woman named Irene, and even actively invited her to dance. Soon, their physical contact became more frequent, and Bakerland immediately invited the other party to his room to taste the 1286 Ormir wine. The other party agreed without hesitation and followed him to the bedroom. Outside the bedroom, in the living room where Bakerland had deliberately extinguished the gas lamps, Roger, disguised with the Wanderer's mask, stepped out. At this moment, his face had changed to that of a first-class military attaché at the Inti's embassy. This was also an intelligence officer. Considering that Bakerland, who had already been exposed to Military Intelligence Section 9's view, would soon return to the Inti's Republic, he would quickly take over Bakerland's work. Roger naturally killed him and put on his clothes. This was partly to provide further identity cover for Klein, and also out of a sense of responsibility as an ordinary citizen. Roger sat on the sofa, sipping Bakerland's 1286 Ormir wine from a bottle, while gazing at the closed bedroom door. Just a few minutes ago, Mr. A, disguised as a woman, had lured Bakerland into the room, and at this moment, Roger was waiting for him to complete Audrey Hall's commission. Soon, the sounds of fighting came from the bedroom. The sound of burning flames, the explosion of flesh and blood, the sound of a demon flapping its wings. Due to the ability of a Baron of Corruption, Sequence 6 of the Black Emperor pathway, pastored by Mr. A, Bakerland's desire to not be disturbed in his good deeds was amplified and distorted, so people outside the suite would not hear the sounds of fighting and shouting. In other words, this place had already been isolated by rules from the outside world. Hearing this, Roger began to confidently use the insight granted by the decryptor glasses to search Bakerland's living room for places where Beyonder items might be stored. Soon, following the clues, he found a metal cabinet sealed with a special encrypted lock behind an oil painting. There are valuable items that can be safely taken from here. Roger tossed a coin and got the king's head, representing heads. This allowed him to confidently put on Benjamin's gloves and reach inside. What is this? Roger felt a square object in his first attempt. His heart stirred slightly, and he pulled it out. It was a thick stack of packaged banknotes. Roger took a quick look and saw that it contained not only pounds but also 501,000 denomination Felkin banknotes. Felkin was the currency used in the Inti's Republic. Roger didn't look closely and simply stuffed all the banknotes into his backpack. In the second attempt, Roger touched a metal object. He frowned, took it out, and found it was a silver gleaming revolver. Just from the strange glow, this was no ordinary revolver. It was definitely a Beyonder item. But at this moment, Roger had no time to confirm its use, because he had already heard the sound of a heavy sword striking from Bakerland's bedroom. This was the Black Knight ability that Mr. A replicated through his scribe ability, which Dark Saint Kesma had shown him. Such a sound meant that Bakerland was dead. Roger clearly felt the shielding effect caused by Bakerland's distorted will beginning to collapse rapidly. Before the barrier completely disappeared, Roger once again used Benjamin's gloves to reach into the safe and grabbed something. This time, he pulled out a dark red brooch. Finally, the sound of the explosion caused by Bakerland's death spread outside, and Roger immediately heard a large number of footsteps approaching his location from outside. These footsteps gave Roger a strong sense of danger. He didn't even bother with divination and immediately threw the traveler dice. End of today. 108 Unlucky Master Luo. Chapter 108 Unlucky Master Luo. After a fleeting sensation, a grey world appeared before Roger's eyes. Roger glanced at the traveler dice in his hand, with the nothingness side facing up, confirming that this was indeed the spirit world. Compared to Roger's last visit, this time the spirit world was filled with large expanses of white mist, making visibility extremely poor and obscuring the surrounding objects. Fortunately, Roger managed to distinguish that this area was roughly the same as where he had arrived last time, thanks to the scattered white bones on the ground. My luck is decreasing, and it's an uncontrollable, continuous decline. Roger frowned, keenly sensing the change in his fortune. This was very unusual. Because Roger had already divined the stars before departing, confirming that he would be greatly influenced by auspicious stars today, but the current situation clearly did not match his understanding. Could it be that I'm being affected by one of the two Beyonder items I just obtained? Roger's heart stirred, and relying on his intuition, he took out the silver pistol from his backpack. The moment he held the pistol in his hand, Roger immediately felt his destiny being twisted more strongly, and the speed of his luck's decline also accelerated significantly. It can affect destiny. Could this be an item from the monster sequence? Roger couldn't help but shiver, which made him conflicted. Given the current situation, if he were to use the Traveler dice again, there was a very high probability that he would roll the nothingness side again. That could very likely put him in danger, and it couldn't be ruled out that it might cause Roger to be lost forever in the spirit world. There don't seem to be any creatures here that I can exchange my bad luck with. This is a bit troublesome. Roger also thought about discarding the revolver, but he quickly realized that this was not a rational approach. Because Beyonder items of the Wheel of Fortune pathway were almost all in the hands of the Life School of Thought, encountering one outside was extremely rare. Its significant negative impact likely indicated an equally significant positive effect. Could it be that I need to fire it to trigger its effect? Roger pulled open the revolver's cylinder, only to find it empty, without a single bullet. He closed the cylinder again and tried firing 2 shots, but as expected, it had no effect whatsoever. It seems dry firing won't work. While Roger was deep in thought, he once again heard the strange hissing sound he had heard before. Compared to last time, this time the hissing sound was closer to him and more oppressive. Vaguely, Roger even felt a strong deceptive quality in the sound, making him feel an intense urge to approach. He slapped himself hard across the face, which brought him back to his senses. An ability that creates illusions to lure prey closer. A bit like an anglerfish in the deep sea. Roger was very surprised that this illusion could penetrate Yog-Sothoth's corruption, indicating that it was not a form of corruption, but rather something that could directly trigger certain primal urges within a person. It's not advisable to stay here long. Roger muttered to himself, realizing the danger of the spirit world once more. He made a decisive move, activated Unifier of all things' ability, and instantly vanished from his spot. The next moment, he appeared in the first-floor living room of Minsk Street 15. Roger had used such advanced teleportation before. The principle was to select spatio-temporal information from a fragment of his own ring from when he left home this morning, directly moving himself to the corresponding coordinates. This was clearly much more powerful than the teleportation of the Traveler dice, but the cost was ultimately too high. It could only be used when Unifier of all things' ability was activated, and was completely unnecessary under normal circumstances. If it weren't for that strange revolver, he wouldn't have resorted to such a desperate measure. However, just as Roger stood firm, he heard Klein's startled cry. "Roger! Huh!" Roger subconsciously turned to respond, but the next moment he saw a thoroughly iron-black talisman, covered with numerous symbolic patterns and strange designs, land on him. Before Roger could react, the talisman suddenly melted. Immediately, intermittent whispers emanated from within. That was the true creator's whispers. One could tell his state was slightly better than before, yet this true god of the secret supplicant pathway, Sequence 0, had barely babbled 2 sentences before falling silent again, like a groundhog that had just popped its head out only to be struck by a hammer. German Sparrow, the Great Bell. The true creator had been avoiding speaking to Roger, but had unexpectedly found that he could escape the first day but not the 15th, and had accidentally taken another blow. Having been active for so long, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? In fact, it couldn't be blamed on him. Roger's fortune was currently in a declining phase, so it was very reasonable that he was hit by the foul speech talisman as soon as he teleported. It just so happened that the true creator's luck didn't seem to be too good either. Right, foul speech talisman? Every single piece of content is contained within this one. Roger realized something, and he immediately turned his head, indeed finding Rozigo twitching on the ground. And Klein and Sharon, who was beside him, also showed expressions of pain. Although the true creator's whispers only erupted for an instant, they still affected the 3 people beside Roger. Roger immediately used Mental Boost, amplifying the booming sound with the still lingering power of Unifier of all things on him, successfully expelling the mental pollution suffered by everyone present. Rozago's headache suddenly vanished. He came to his senses and made to run. But Roger didn't even think, directly exchanging his bad luck with this marionettess. The latter then stepped on an uncleared oil stain on the ground and inexplicably slipped. A joker at Sequence 5, slipped. Master Roger himself showed an expression of disbelief. At the same time, his whole body began to go numb, becoming stiff and unable to move. Sharon stepped forward, her eyes flickering, reflecting the figures of numerous undead creatures. It was she who used grievous spirit entanglement at this moment, temporarily controlling Rozago. Roger chose not to further display Unifier of all things' ability in front of Sharon, but instead appropriately used the stirring stick ability to interfere with Rozago's thoughts. Although the interference of Sequence 7 on Sequence 5 could only last for a moment, it was enough to interrupt his thought coherence when using paper figurine substitute. Bang! 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 As Klein fired several shots like a madman, Rozago's bad luck finally came to an abrupt end. Because he was dead. Roger glanced at Sharon and nodded slightly at the exquisite-faced lady. The latter immediately showed a guarded expression, but seeing that Klein had no hostility towards Roger, she also nodded slightly back at Roger and re-merged into the darkness. Roger, with a look of distaste, threw the revolver back into his workshop, then returned to the living room. "What happened to you? Are you all right?" Klein asked with concern, worried that the true creator's foul speech had corrupted Roger. "I'm fine, in a sense, I am his divine son." Roger chuckled, then pointed to Rozago's corpse on the ground. "Why aren't you communing with the dead yet? What are you standing there for?" First update. Chapter 109, Continuous Firkin, thanks to Mingu Palace Winter Melon for the reward of Chidyen coins. After Roger finished speaking, he took out the bottle of expensive wine he had pilfered from Bakerland's ambassadorial suite from his backpack and walked towards the kitchen, preparing to clear out a quiet space for Klein to conduct his spiritual mediumship. Cough, cough. However, as soon as he entered the kitchen, he found it filled with mist. What is Klein cooking? This was Roger's first thought, but he quickly realized something was off. Roger bent down and moved to the side, and sure enough, he found Bandit trembling behind the cabinet. "Why did you make so much mist?" Roger frowned. "Bad guys came outside just now." Seeing Roger return, the tabby cat finally calmed down. It licked its paw and said as if it were stating the obvious. "Someone else is fighting, and you're not helping, just burying your head in the sand here." Roger couldn't help but complain inwardly, but then he realized that Bandit was just a cat who had just advanced to Sequence 8, and not participating in a Sequence 5 level battle was actually a way to reduce trouble. Is this the characteristic of the Go Sanjiao? He smiled, poured himself a glass of red wine, and savored it. With Roger in charge, Klein wasn't worried that bodyguard Miss would harm him while he was performing spiritual mediumship. Although that lady also seemed very self-aware, actively avoiding the scene of the mediumship. Klein quickly set up the ritual, summoned himself, and transformed into a special spirit body. Then, carrying Mr. Azik's copper whistle and enveloped by Rozago's remaining spirituality, he took him to Grey Mist. Above Grey Mist, his spiritual mediumship ability was also enhanced to an unprecedented degree. Klein quickly materialized the lost items and altar needed, and then instantly entered the spiritual mediumship state using his own authority. The Seer Pathways Potion Formula. As Klein indicated the target of the divination, the formulas for the Seer and the Joker appeared before Klein. "There's a chance." Klein suppressed his excitement, watching Rozago's memories unfold, until the magician's potion formula emerged. After that was Faceless. Faceless, does this correspond to Roger's Wanderer's mask? Klein's mind raced, and he looked at the last potion formula. Marionettist, and the advancement ritual. Do I need to drink the potion amidst the mermaid's song? Klein immediately recalled the tears of Siren Singer that Roger had previously entrusted the hanged man to find. It should be the same creature. But this advancement ritual requires me to face a mermaid directly. Does this mean I'll have to go out to sea later? At this point, Klein's spirituality was no longer sufficient to support the spiritual mediumship ritual, and he felt a headache. After quickly ending the spiritual mediumship ritual, Klein returned to reality and searched Rozago's belongings. Among the relics were £12 in cash, some essential oils and herbal powders, 2 paper figures for substitution, and a strange, orange-yellow paper with a sun and a rectangle drawn on it. At this moment, Sharon reappeared, and according to her, that paper was a magical item corresponding to a notary. And after that, a completely black, pupilless eyeball appeared on Rosago's body. The marionettist's Beyonder characteristic? Klein's heart pounded. He glanced at Sharon and put the Beyonder characteristic into an iron cigarette case. Because Roger had just used that booming sound wave to dispel the mental pollution Rosago had suffered, this Beyonder characteristic was still clean. He wasn't worried that the other party would try to snatch it, because his unfathomably powerful roommate, who was suspected to be a demigod, was guarding in the kitchen. Oh, right, what about the corpse? Klein was considering whether to have Roger send the corpse to the spirit world when he heard bodyguard Miss speak up proactively. I'll handle it. Immediately, she lay down on Rosago, who was disguised as a policeman, and her figure merged with his. Soon, under Klein's dumbfounded gaze, Rosago stood up again, put the police cap on his head, covering the area where his brains had spilled out. What kind of ability is this? Klein stared wide-eyed. This strange ability aroused his strong curiosity. Sequence 5 Wraith of the Prisoner Pathway? Are you from the Rose School of Thought? As if hearing Klein's thoughts, Roger's voice appeared behind him at the opportune moment. Hearing this, Rosago immediately looked up at Roger. Who are you? Sharon asked, surprised that this young man could recognize her pathway and sequence, and even name her organization. Just a remnant of a declining family from the Fourth Epoch. Roger self-deprecatingly said, the declining family he referred to was naturally Abraham. All words, one by one, content, at a glance. Sharon made no gesture, turning to control Rosago's corpse and walk away. Remember to find Rosago's original clothes while you're at it. Klein didn't forget to instruct. This was to prevent Military Intelligence Section 9 from tracing him. I know. Sharon nodded. She was a professional bodyguard and would naturally help her employer resolve all future troubles. After Ms. Sharon left, Klein looked at Roger. What were you doing earlier? Eliminating evil and upholding justice. Roger smiled. He didn't say much, nor did he want Klein to know that he was involved in the assassination of Bakerland. He helped Klein clean up the bloodstains on the floor, then said he needed to rest and went upstairs with Bandit. The first thing Roger did when he returned to his room was to count the cash he had gained today. A total of 40,000 consecutively numbered firkins, and 2,000 non-consecutive gold pounds. Roger did the conversion, and the total value of this money was about 3,000 plus gold pounds. A little less than I expected, but since it's free money, why complain? As for why the gold pounds were not consecutively numbered, he guessed it might be a precaution taken by spies. However, relatively speaking, if Roger wanted to convert those firkins into gold pounds, he would also need to find special channels, otherwise, he might be traced by the Zmanga gang. In any case, Roger had once again received a large influx of funds, which made him feel satisfied. Next was the brooch. At this moment, Roger finally had time to examine it carefully, finding that the front of the brooch was a dark red cross shape, while the back was an iron base. It looks a bit like some kind of iron and blood cross order relic. Could it be something from the Hunter pathway again? He tried putting the brooch on his chest and then infused it with spirituality. A moment later, Roger's eyes turned iron black, and at the same time, an uncontrollable surge of frenzy emerged from within him. Struggling to suppress the violent urge, Roger began to feel the abilities he had gained. Second update, more to come later. 110 Terrible Pistol. Chapter 110 The Terrible Pistol. My spirituality has become stronger, and my thoughts and vitality have also increased. He then looked at Bandit next to him, surprised to find that the cat's weakness appeared in his eyes in an extremely abstract way. If Roger wanted to, he could end it with extreme precision in an instant. The most crucial thing was, Roger actually seemed to have that impulse. Bandit seemed to sense Roger's abnormality, shivered all over, and looked at Roger. What are you doing? Its words brought Roger back to his senses, and he quickly took off the brooch. By this time, the uncontrollable murderous impulse and anger that Roger had felt earlier stopped growing and began to recede. This should be a magical item corresponding to the Reaper's Beyonder characteristics. Roger made his judgment. This brooch could grant him the Reaper's abilities such as weakness detection, harvest, and precision, but the side effect was an uncontrollable desire for conquest and slaughter. This also meant that Roger could not wear this brooch for too long without the assistance of other Beyonder items. If it was only worn for a short period, it was indeed a very good auxiliary item that could enhance combat power and efficiency, and reduce the consumption of mental and spiritual energy. Next is that strange revolver. To be honest, Roger felt a strong sense of trepidation about touching that thing again. Because he had already discovered that the longer he held the silver revolver, the more his luck would decline. But fortunately, when he isolated it in his workshop, this luck disturbance disappeared. How about this? 1 minute for each experiment, and immediately disengage when the time is up. It's just a matter of trying a few more times. Sooner or later, I can figure out its pattern. Roger confirmed it in his mind for a while, and finally determined that this method was feasible. He went to the corridor, took a deep breath, opened the door to the workshop, and then stepped inside. Sure enough, my luck began to decline again. Time was precious, so Roger quickly picked up the silver revolver, opened the cylinder, and loaded a bullet of the same caliber. This was the first attempt he wanted to make, firing it. Strangely enough, as soon as that bullet was loaded, Roger felt the rate of his luck decline immediately slow down significantly. Could it be? He inserted the second bullet, and sure enough, the rate of luck decline slowed down once again. Roger kept working, filling all 6 chambers of the cylinder with bullets with a click, click, click. Sure enough, his luck returned to normal. This made him breathe a sigh of relief, but also feel a bit of a headache. A revolver that wouldn't affect luck when fully loaded with bullets, but would bring bad luck if not fully loaded. A bit interesting. But what the hell is it for? If it was just such a useless item, Roger would rather carry an ordinary pistol for safety. I can do some shooting experiments. Roger loaded himself with more than 20 bullets, then went out, hailed a taxi, and had it take him to the Backland Bridge area. Compared to Hillston District and Sherwood Borough, the public order here was extremely poor, basically considered one of the main entrances to Backland's underground world. Relatively, police rarely visited here, so Roger could freely test his firearms here. He wandered through the dark back streets for a long time, arriving at the entrance of an alley about 50 meters deep. Roger looked to the end of the alley and found a metal trash can there, but it was clear that no one had cleaned it for a very long time. He put on his decryptor glasses to aid his thinking, then drew the silver revolver from his arms, and not too seriously aimed at the handle of the metal trash can lid. Taking a deep breath, Roger pulled the trigger. Bang! Clang! The trash can lid handle was hit precisely, and the lid immediately flew backward. Well, it can basically be confirmed that this bullet has a guaranteed hit effect. Roger's marksmanship was not as good as Klein's to begin with. He had just aimed casually and hit the trash can lid. The moment that bullet was fired, Roger's luck began to slowly decline again. He dared not delay and fired 5 more shots consecutively. These 5 bullets all traveled over 50 meters, accurately hitting the targets he wanted. This was very different from the Reaper's precision. It could basically be seen as exchanging good luck in shooting by overdrawing one's personal luck. In other words, as long as the cylinder was not fully loaded with bullets, those 6 holes would in turn begin to devour the luck of the pistol holder. Not a single mistake, 1 shot, 1 bullet, 1 content, 1 by 1. Quickly load the bullets, or my luck will be gone again. Roger immediately loaded a bullet into the cylinder, but just as the bullet entered the chamber, a strange idea suddenly flashed in his mind. Could it be? He pushed that bullet slightly away from the firing position, and his right hand trembled slightly as he aimed the bullet at the skin on the edge of his forearm. Click. Roger pulled the trigger. The bullet naturally did not fire. However, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Because after the hammer sprang out, he distinctly felt his luck increase by a very small amount. Although the degree was negligible, that increase genuinely existed in Roger's perception of luck insight. Roger quickly inserted another bullet and shot his forearm in the same manner. The gain brought by 2 bullets increased a bit. Upon discovering this, Roger rotated the cylinder, letting it stop at an unknown position. He aimed the muzzle at the raised hair on top of his head and then fired a shot. Perhaps due to probability, or perhaps boosted by the increased luck, the bullet still did not successfully fire this time. However, Roger felt a not insignificant increase in luck compared to the previous attempt. So that's how it is. Roger's heart pounded. He now knew what this thing was for. He quickly loaded the bullets, reset the firing safety, and put it back into his arms. Simply put, besides being able to perform precise shots, this thing was also a life gambling pistol. That is to say, Roger could shoot himself, exchanging the risk of injury or even death for a short-term increase in luck. By shooting vital parts of his body, rotating the cylinder to increase uncertainty, and increasing the number of bullets, this luck increase could be amplified geometrically. Roger even believed that if he aimed at his head, then opened a blind box with 5 bullets and survived, the luck increase he would gain would be enough to turn every low-probability event he could think of into reality. As for what directly committing suicide with 6 bullets meant, Roger hadn't figured it out yet, and he naturally dared not try. Third update, more to come later. Chapter 111 Winner. This revolver indeed possesses many characteristics of the Wheel of Fortune pathway. Roger already had a rough idea of the revolver's origin. From all indications, this closely resembled a magical item formed from the Beyonder characteristics of a Sequence 5 winner. If used properly, this revolver would undoubtedly bring him good luck, but relatively, it was also the magical item with the greatest side effect hazard Roger had acquired to date. Although luck sounds somewhat ethereal, it genuinely affects every aspect of a person. For Roger, who is on the Star of Judgment pathway and holds authority over destiny-related abilities, the role of luck becomes even more prominent. After becoming a singer, he began to clearly perceive the luck effects contained in some trivial details of daily life. For example, as soon as a person walks onto the street, they face potential dangers, such as being run over by a carriage, being struck by a flower pot falling from a height, or even inexplicably dying in a street gang shootout. Even staying at home can be dangerous, such as fires, explosions, or even physical injury or death caused by a fall. There are even some unlucky individuals with less than bright minds who drown themselves in the bathtub while bathing. Although these are relatively extreme cases, they are enough to illustrate the horror of bad luck. For most people, their luck fluctuates within a certain limit, either slightly rising or falling for most of their time. For example, finding a small amount of money on the roadside, the boss being in a good mood and giving some scraps when buying vegetables, or simply slipping, unfortunately contracting some minor infectious disease, encountering someone they dislike, and so on. These are all within the broad scope of fortune, which is what Roger currently controls, and amplification S. Greater fortunes, such as acquiring a significant sum of money, meeting a spouse with whom one can spend their life, contracting some major illnesses, or making significant life development choices, generally evolve from years of accumulated actions and belong to long-term luck reactions. However, both of the above can at most be considered the branches and large forks of the tree of destiny, while the most crucial fortunes in a person's life, such as birth, death, significant changes in worldview, and life-threatening illnesses and disasters, have a stronger inevitability. These are the trunks of destiny. However, this life-betting revolver can, like a deus ex machina, forcibly cause greater changes in fortune to appear in originally calm luck, even directly amplification-ing a fork into a trunk. Fortunately, Roger possesses an advantage that ordinary people do not. He can perceive changes in luck, which allows him to use this magical item more safely. For instance, besides using Destiny Exchange to return downward luck to an opponent, as he did when punishing Rozigo, he can also reverse originally downward fortune into upward through a safe shooting, and then use fortune amplification for consolidation and strengthening. In this way, Roger can reverse his decline in some situations, at least allowing him to use Traveler dice more safely, without inexplicably straying into dangerous areas of the spirit world again. However, how to use it at a deeper level still requires further experimentation and thought. Let's go home first. Roger took another hired carriage and returned to his home at Minsk Street 15. Although Klein was already asleep, Roger knew very well that the guy must be full of legal troubles right now. He leaned back on the sofa, poured the last bit of the red wine he had taken into a glass, and quietly drank it while looking at the red moon outside the window. Vaguely, Roger saw a figure in a black court dress flash across the bay window. Then, the figure emerged, becoming three-dimensional, and appeared before Roger. Roger smiled and tilted his glass towards Sharon. "Thank you for your trouble today." "It's nothing." Sharon showed no expression regarding this. Since she had accepted 3 days' payment from Klein, she was obligated to provide protection. "Do you mind also protecting me, by the way?" Roger blinked, joking. "You don't need my protection," Sharon said flatly. As expected, she's very aloof. Roger's lips curled slightly, and he didn't respond. "Are you from the Abraham family?" Sharon considered for a moment, then asked again. "Yes," Roger nodded, not concealing it. He knew Sharon must have guessed this from his sudden teleportation, and because he mentioned the Rose School of Thought, she came out to chat for a few words. Roger would not reveal his origins to strangers, but he was very familiar with Sharon's background and knew that this Wraith lady would be a friend, not an enemy, for a long time in the future. But it doesn't quite seem like it. Sharon's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Roger knew Sharon was likely referring to the brawler ability he used, and he smiled. "It's just the effect of certain magical items." Sharon nodded, seemingly accepting this explanation. She said nothing more, but gave Roger a slight bow and retreated into the darkness, becoming part of the background once again. Roger smiled, drank the contents of his glass, and completely destroyed the wine bottle, which could have been a clue, before turning to go upstairs to rest. Early the next morning, the Tasik newspaper reported on its front page the assassination of Inti's ambassador Bakerland and the Aurora Order, a evil god organization, claiming responsibility. When Klein saw this report, he finally completely relaxed. This meant that his identity exposure crisis had been resolved. This incident also caused a huge stir among the various factions in Backland, whether it was the civilian Beyonder Circle, the government, the nobility, or the military, all considered it the biggest hot topic of discussion. The next morning, Klein still went out to handle a divorce case commission. He needed to collect evidence for it. In layman's terms, it was to catch an affair. Meanwhile, Roger once again went to DeVore Music Company to rehearse for the play. His performance was as good as ever, effortlessly switching between different pieces and receiving unanimous praise from his fellow actors. During this time, Roger kept trying to find Miss Alice. This singer from Tingen City had always rehearsed with him in the same rehearsal hall, but today she was absent. During his break, Roger even went to search the 2 adjacent rehearsal halls, but he did not see Miss Alice. At this moment, he happened to run into Jack Jeffrey, looking troubled, walking from the other side. Roger greeted Jeffrey and then asked with concern what had happened to him. "Alice is injured." Jeffrey sighed and replied. 112 Initial Trust. Chapter 112 Initial Trust. Injured. Roger immediately frowned. Although Alice Iman was a new generation musical actress at DeVore Music Company, she often played lead roles in important productions due to her unique voice and stage presence. This performance for the royal family was no exception. She held a core position in at least 2 acts. Yes, she fell and injured herself on the stairs outside her home last night. It's said she fractured her right arm and was taken to the hospital by a neighbor. "What are we going to do? There's not much time left until the performance, and it's impossible to find a suitable replacement now," Jeffrey said with a worried expression. "Mr. Jeffrey, please don't worry. After rehearsal, I'll go see Miss Alice." "Which hospital is she in?" Roger comforted Jeffrey, then asked. "At the Medical College Hospital, not far from here. I just came back from there this morning," Jeffrey replied. The Medical College Hospital is affiliated with the Backland Medical College, located in the Hillston district, not far from Miss Alice's home. "All right." Roger nodded and went back to rehearsal. After work, Roger went to the DeVore Music Company's restaurant to pack some of Alice's favorite food, and then bought some fruit imported from Inti's as a gift. He spent 4 pence taking the subway, traveling 2 stops to the Medical College Hospital, and found Alice Iman lying in Ward 2 of the Orthopedic Inpatient Department. "Mr. Jones, why are you here?" As Roger expected, Alice was somewhat surprised to see him. She clearly hadn't anticipated his visit. "I heard from Mr. Jeffrey that you were injured, so I came to see you." "Thank you." Alice was stunned for a moment, then her eyes reddened slightly. "Is it convenient to tell me what happened?" Roger glanced at her right arm, which was in a cast and bandages, and asked. "Well, it's a bit embarrassing to say. I ran out of the house in the middle of the night and then missed a step on the stairs and fell. You know, I don't fall early or late, but I had to fall at this critical moment. That performance is a rare opportunity. Alice sighed with an awkward expression. Sleepwalking again. Roger made a judgment in his mind. He didn't try to press Alice for confirmation, but instead changed the subject to himself. Hey, actually, I used to do something silly like that too. I lived on Daffodil Street when I was a kid, you know, the one in the West District of Tingen City. Alice, hearing Roger talk about his hometown, nodded with certainty. Seeing this, Roger continued. I had a problem with sleepwalking back then, and I would often wander off to strange places in a daze. One time I even ran into the street and was hit by a hansom cab. And broke my leg. Goddess, thankfully I met a doctor who was good at setting bones, otherwise I probably would have become a cripple. At this point, Roger shook his head with an exaggerated expression. Hearing Roger's words, Alice immediately opened her mouth in surprise. Is your sleepwalking problem cured now? She pressed. My problem lasted until I was 17, until that autumn I met a doctor who helped me cure my sleepwalking. Roger showed a look of recollection. Alice's lips moved upon hearing this, then she sighed. To be honest, my situation is quite similar to yours. It's just that I haven't gotten better even now. I still wander off to strange places in a daze when I'm asleep, and one time I even went into a locked storage room. I don't even know how I got in. Last night I ran out of the house again, which is why I fell and injured my arm at my doorstep. When I was in Tingen, my brother Lampard worried himself sick over this, often getting up in the middle of the night to lead me back to bed. As she spoke of Lampard, Alice's voice gradually became softer. Just then, she suddenly heard Roger speak. Perhaps I can share that doctor's prescription with you. It cured my sleepwalking, and perhaps it can cure yours too. He spoke without a clear beginning or end, giving Alice hope, while observing her reaction. Hearing this, Alice suddenly lifted her head. Really? Hope flickered in her eyes. She's very expectant, very curious. This indicates that Lampard had not exposed her to the apprentice formula. Roger pretended to recall for a moment before saying, Yes, but I have to go back and look for that prescription. I'm not sure if I'll find it. Then thank you, Mr. Jones. Alice thanked him sincerely. Here, this is the eel and phanepotter noodles you like. Roger pointed to the food on the table. Thank you, you're too kind. I can't stand to see my fellow townsmen suffer. After all, hospital food, those who know, know. At the end, Roger deliberately lowered his voice. The two immediately exchanged a knowing smile. Oh, and about your arm, I don't think you need to worry too much. It's just a fracture, it will heal quickly, believe me, my blessings are always accurate. Before leaving, Roger said mysteriously, Then I'll take your word for it. Alice also smiled, her complexion already much better than when Roger first arrived. It will. Roger nodded and turned to leave. Roger was quite satisfied with the outcome of this meeting with Alice. He did not rashly mention the apprentice potion, nor did he inquire about her family background or any potential sealed artifacts. Instead, he first made some probes and groundwork, gradually gaining her favor and trust. After all, Alice is currently just an ordinary person, and bringing her into the world of Beyond Us rashly requires extreme caution. This requires not only the right timing but also mutual trust between both parties. Coming out of the hospital, Roger couldn't help but sniff. The smog is getting worse and worse. Upon returning to Minsk Street 15, Roger ran into Klein, who had just arrived home. How was it? Was the peeping successful? He showed a slightly teasing smile, winking at Klein. Don't even mention it. If I took what's in this camera to St. Samuel Church, it would probably be considered blasphemy. Klein gestured with his chin towards the camera his employer lent him, replying in a joking tone. Oh, right. Did you go to an underground Beyonder gathering before? Roger pointed to his ear, indicating the place where Klein had previously purchased the foul speech charm. Yes, are you going to? Klein nodded lightly, asking in return. I want to ask if there's any medicine that can help with bone recovery, and sell some things while I'm at it. Roger remembered that there was a pharmacist at the Beyonder gathering place behind the Bravehearts bar. Sure enough, Klein nodded again. There's a pharmacist there, you can try your luck. Oh, right, you said bones. Did you break a bone? He looked Roger up and down strangely, confirming his completeness. It's Alice Iman. She sleepwalked out of her house last night and fractured her arm. Roger replied. I see. Klein recalled everything he had seen in his previous dream divination, and then asked no further questions. Soon, guided by Klein, the two arrived together at the Bravehearts bar on Iron Gate Street. Today's work is finished. Chapter 113 Celestial Notes Spell, 5,000 words. That bodyguard miss is truly dedicated. She's been following you the entire way, Roger whispered, glancing at the pale figure in a black court dress reflected in a roadside window. Indeed, she's very professional, Klein remarked. Considering he might frequently get involved in dangerous incidents in Backland, Klein was even thinking about a long-term collaboration with bodyguard Miss. Although her commission was indeed expensive, Klein could consider exchanging other valuables or information. After the two entered Bravehearts bar, Klein led Roger to Casper's, their contact, and explained that he wanted to bring a new friend to the underground Beyonder gathering. I brought my own mask. Roger pulled out his rather cute owl mask from his arms. He didn't want Casper's to extort him under the pretense of selling masks. Beer is £1 per person, and the gathering starts in the evening. Casper's glanced at Klein, clearly giving face to this rather generous customer, and only charged £2. Thank you then. Klein took out £2 in cash and, with Roger, each received their South Wales beer. The two sat by the boxing ring and began to enjoy the matches. I could take both of them down at once, Klein commented in a low voice. One of them could take down two of me at once, Roger sighed. He was truly not good at close-quarters combat. Although Roger's physical strength and agility had increased after becoming an Beyonder, he still couldn't gain highly efficient combat skills like a Joker or a Hunter. Without the aid of the Dawn Gauntlets and the Blood Crimson Brooch, Roger's self-assessment was that of a singing charlatan. As for whether he could gain combat-related abilities at sequence 6 or higher, Roger wasn't very sure. Perhaps being beaten is also one of German Sparrow's symbols? He muttered to himself while putting on his decryptor glasses and scholar's ring, beginning to observe the boxing techniques of the fighters on stage. When night fell, Casper's finally called the two away and led them back to the place where Klein had previously attended the Beyonder gathering. Roger, imitating Klein, donned a cloak and put the owl mask over his head, following him into a living room with flickering dim candlelight. These are all Beyonder below sequence 5. Roger surveyed the room and quickly made his assessment. It seems we have a new member today. A gentleman with half a rounded face exposed smiled and spoke. Yes, this is my friend, Klein introduced, then said to Roger, this is a pharmacist. Hello, everyone. Roger greeted them, then looked at the pharmacist. I want to sell 2 items and then buy some potions. Hearing Roger's need to purchase potions, the pharmacist couldn't help but sit up straighter. First is this item. I hope those who know their stuff can give a reasonable offer. Roger first took out the dark red jello-like substance in the glass bottle, which was the spoils Klein had obtained from Mirso. But he didn't mention that it was an Beyonder characteristic, as this involved the law of indestructibility of Beyonder characteristics. Seeing this item, the old gentleman serving as witness, codenamed Eye of Wisdom, paused and said, I know what this is, and I'm willing to offer £400. Believe me, this is a very reasonable offer, at least you'll be hard-pressed to find the same price elsewhere. Roger nodded. Indeed, it's yours. Generally speaking, the 2 main ingredients for a sequence 9 potion combined could sell for at least around 300 gold pounds. Considering that an Beyonder characteristic is the aggregation of the two, a price of £400 was actually very reasonable. He knew that the true identity of this Eye of Wisdom was Isengard Stanton, a famous Backland detective with a background in the God of Knowledge and Wisdom Church, but he pretended not to know him. After the transaction contract was finalized, he again pulled out a charm made of yellow craft paper with a rust-colored eyeball drawn in the center. This is a charm that can help clear mental pollution. Any mental pollution not exceeding sequence 4 can be completely cleared, and it can be used 3 times in total. Of course, if you forcibly clear a very small amount of sequence 4 level mental pollution, there's about a 30% chance of success. But in that case, the charm can only be used once, because it requires consuming all the stored power within it. This was an experiment Roger did when he had nothing to do. He set up an altar and then prayed for protection from the German sparrow source quality, the Star of Judgment, sealed within him. Because he had the power of a Sequence 7 singer as a medium, this attempt was successful, and Roger created 3 such celestial sound charms. The method of using it was also very simple. Close your eyes and devoutly recite the word celestial body in ancient Hermes. Hearing what Roger said, everyone present immediately sat up straight, their eyes fixed on him. Being able to clear mental pollution below the Sequence 4 level, and even having a chance to counter a very small amount of Sequence 4 pollution, this was a rare and good item. After all, Wild Beyonder might inadvertently get involved in dangerous supernatural incidents, and many people died each year due to loss of control from pollution, especially Beyonder from the secret supplicant and secret supplicant pathways. Of course, Beyonder from other pathways would also inadvertently come into contact with mental pollution of unknown origin, so the market demand for celestial sound charms was actually very large. How much do you intend to sell this item for? The voice of the old gentleman, Eye of Wisdom, trembled slightly, and his address to Roger unconsciously changed to a respectful one. Highest bidder wins. Roger blinked. I'll offer £300. You want to buy something of this quality for £300? I'll offer £400. After a brief silence, bidding immediately began. Even Klein couldn't help but want to bid, but Roger pressed his hand down. He blinked, meaning he had something even better. After a long while, the arguments gradually subsided, and the old gentleman, Eye of Wisdom, finally won the item for £1,100. If Black Snake were still alive, this item would definitely fetch a higher price, the pharmacist, who failed to bid for the celestial sound charm, said with some regret. Black Snake, he's dead. Klein was slightly startled. That guy was the Beyonder who sold him the foul speech charm. Yes, he died in the sores, and I heard his body seemed to explode from the inside, shattering into pieces, even his head split into 4 parts. The pharmacist sighed, seemingly unwilling to recall it further. This seems a bit different from the original. Roger was also slightly stunned. Although in the original timeline, that Beyonder, who was suspected to be from the secret supplicant pathway, also died, he should have died at the hands of that demon hound, and not exploded from the inside as the pharmacist described. Could it be because he sold the foul speech charm to Klein, he suffered special treatment from the true creator? Roger also thought of the true creator's whisper he had heard before, and couldn't help but feel sympathy for Black Snake in his heart. By the way, sir, you mentioned earlier that you needed to buy potions. Do you have needs in that area? At this moment, the pharmacist suddenly blinked, looking at Roger with a playful gaze. Needs in that area? Holy crap. Roger reacted, and profanity slipped out, immediately making all the Beyonder present, except for the pharmacist, burst into laughter. This even included Klein. The old gentleman, Eye of Wisdom, laughed and said, finally, someone spoke our minds. Every time this pharmacist came to a gathering, as long as he had a chance, he would start selling his bizarre medicines that could make people true men, which made many people quite helpless. What are you talking about? You don't know, several times after the meeting ended, people secretly contacted me. The pharmacist immediately defended himself, his face flushed. I believe you. After all, you truly solved a big problem that exists in society today. Roger suppressed the urge to laugh, and he said seriously, but I'm not here for that kind of thing. I have a friend who accidentally fractured his arm and wants some safe medicines that can help with quick recovery. Bone fracture? It was only then that the pharmacist calmed down. He thought for a moment before replying. Although this is not my area of expertise, it is not a difficult matter. Give me a few days, and I will bring you the corresponding medicine next time. As for the price, it's £5 per bottle. But I don't think you need that much. For a common bone fracture, 1 bottle is enough. Roger was relieved to hear that the other party could indeed do it, and he paid the pharmacist a £2 deposit, agreeing to pick up the goods next time. By the way, sir, are you willing to sell the pharmacist sequence potion formula? Klein suddenly looked at the pharmacist and asked. No, I can only teach my students. The pharmacist waved his hand. This is our rule, but I can tell you where in Backland you can obtain the pharmacist potion formula, but you need to wait for me to propose a corresponding reward. That's great, thank you. Klein said in surprise. Having dealt with the pharmacist several times, Klein had fully realized the beyond significance of this sequence, truly one of the best auxiliary professions. Speaking of which, you truly are a lucky young man. Seeing that Klein and the pharmacist had finished their discussion, the eye of wisdom old gentleman looked at him again. The meaning behind his words was, you actually didn't die at the hands of the foul speech charm. Perhaps I do have some luck. Klein smiled, non-committally, and then asked, Old gentleman, can my friend and I still attend this gathering in the future? He meant that if the other party had already acknowledged his sincerity, there would be no need to go through Caspers's introduction and pay an intermediary fee each time. Yes, young man, you have proven your goodwill. In the future, you can pay attention to the Backland Morning Post. When Ernst Trading Company publishes a goods acquisition advertisement on the 5th page, it means there will be a gathering here at 8 p.m. the next day. Then, the Eye of Wisdom explained how to determine the number and intensity of knocks on the door based on the advertisement's quoted price, serving as the secret code for entry. Knowing this information, Klein and Roger could attend the meeting on their own next time. By the way, I would like to ask if any of you have any magical items similar to the foul speech charm that can protect oneself. But not those with overly severe negative effects, but rather types with inherent magical abilities. Klein asked again. The pharmacist spread his hands, indicating he had none, while the Eye of Wisdom old gentleman paused before saying, I have an item that perfectly fits your needs. Its former name was 2-081. 2-081? Klein was slightly startled by this name, which was clearly that of an official sealed artifact, but on the surface, he merely questioned it with a puzzled look. But who knew that the Eye of Wisdom old gentleman admitted without any reservation that it was a sealed artifact belonging to the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. This Beyonder item allowed the wearer to gain more knowledge, even quickly distinguish the strengths and weaknesses of an enemy's Beyonder abilities, and potentially imitate them. Its negative effect was that it would keep the wearer's mind in a high-speed operational state, and once the limited time was exceeded, they would become an idiot. Such a powerful item, you shouldn't choose to sell it, right? Roger, who was beside him, suddenly spoke upon hearing this. The Eye of Wisdom was slightly stunned, then clapped his hands and laughed. This young man's insight is truly very keen. Precisely so, I'm just showing off my collection. As for what I truly want to recommend is a special brooch that has the ability to ward off evil, purify evil, and use sun domain spells. However, the price of wearing it is that you will never again enjoy the coolness of Backland, always being in scorching heat. There is also a hat that can change shape, allowing you to move freely in water for at least half an hour, while also mastering the power of wind and water. But the price is that you will become increasingly weak after leaving the water. These two items are not cheap, basically ranging from £1,500 to £300. Beyonder items of the Bard sequence and Sailor sequence. Klein secretly calculated his financial situation and the help these two items could provide him, then shook his head. Forgive me, I don't have that much money right now. I will decide whether to purchase them at future gatherings. On the way back to Sherwood Borough, Roger and Klein hired a horse-drawn carriage. That Eye of Wisdom old gentleman just now should be from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Roger thought for a moment and finally decided to tell Klein what he knew. I noticed. After all, how could an ordinary person get a sealed artifact from an Orthodox church? Klein smiled. Although each major Orthodox church had its main missionary areas, through his experiences during this period, Klein had realized that there was not only cooperation between the churches but also covert surveillance and competition. So, he wasn't too surprised by this. He sensed my presence just now. Just then, bodyguard Mrs. Voice suddenly came. It's normal. He has several sealed artifacts on him, so it's perfectly normal for him to sense it. Roger replied. Sharon nodded, about to say something more, but suddenly said, There's a strong smell of blood. Blood. Klein was startled at the sound, following Sharon's gaze to the alley opposite. There, a woman in a flamboyant long dress lay fallen, and someone had just walked by, discovering her presence. The woman's internal organs seemed to have been completely emptied, and blood stained the surrounding flagstones red. Demon worship. Klein recalled the information he had seen in the Nighthawks team. It looks very much like an act of the Blood Sanctify sect. Sharon whispered, then her figure quickly disappeared, regardless of whether Klein understood what the Blood Sanctify sect meant. But in reality, Klein knew this organization. They controlled the criminal sequence and frequently committed special serial murders and sacrificial rituals to please demons. Klein suppressed his Nighthawk's instinct to get out of the carriage and look, comforting himself with the thought that official Beyonder will arrive soon. Roger naturally noticed Klein's reaction. He patted the latter's shoulder without speaking. Upon returning to Minsk Street 15, Klein went back to his room to rest, while Roger entered his workshop to set up the ritual magic altar. This time, the ritual magic altar was more complicated to set up than before. Roger used a large amount of expensive essential oils and spiritual materials, and also drew some talismans with special meanings as aids. After doing all this, Roger created a spiritual wall, placed the half-pale skull at the very center of the altar, then put on the scholar's ring, and devoutly chanted, "I, Roger Abraham, call upon my inner self. Inspiration that penetrates all time and space. The self-nature that is one with all things. The mystical key that opens the door of wisdom. I pray for the enlightenment of knowledge to return to me. I declare the object before me to return to ignorance. I promise its self-aware ring will sink back into silence." This was a reverse mystical ritual that Roger had devised himself, capable of recovering the contamination of Unifier of all things projected power within Beyonder items and characteristics. He dared not directly invoke the mystical honorific names like Unifier of all things, Controller of time and space, Key of the door, which directly pointed to Yog-Sothoth, fearing that the great existence would cast unnecessary attention, instantly polluting or destroying the entire world. So, as an alternative, he used imageries such as transcendent inspiration, self-nature one with all things, and key to mystical knowledge to point to the Yog-Sothoth contamination within himself, using it as a medium for the ritual magic to recover the contamination within the Death God Descendant's skull. As expected, when he did so, the Death God Descendant's skull before him indeed began to react. More to come. 114 Agreement with Mr. Azik, 5,000 words. Chapter 114 Agreement with Mr. Azik, 5,000 words. The half-pale skull of the Death God's descendant trembled slightly, glowing faintly white. If one looked closely, they would notice tiny, almost imperceptible, multicolored bubbles within the white light. Roger knew very well that these bubbles were one of the main symbols of Yog-Sothoth. At this moment, those bubbles formed a rainbow-like bridge with Roger, rapidly returning to his body through this connection. Not only that, but during this process, Roger could also feel a large amount of information rapidly surfacing in his mind. This included snippets of Mr. Azik's life with his family during his time as the first Baron Lambd, as well as memory fragments of his eldest son after he grew up. It even contained knowledge related to the Death God pathway and the Hanged Man pathway. Corpse Collector, Gravedigger, Secret Supplicant, Listener, Shadow Ascetic. Formulas for various potions and related advancement rituals appeared in Roger's mind, flashing rapidly. This included all knowledge for these two pathways from Sequence 9 all the way to Sequence 4. Although this information appeared extremely quickly, it was a reverse mysticism conducted by Roger through the contamination of the great unifier of all things, a purely secret and personal enlightenment experience, and it contained an engraving effect. Therefore, as they appeared, they were preserved in the depths of Roger's mind in an unspeakable way, never to be forgotten. This knowledge infusion continued for a while before completely fading, and Roger remained immersed in understanding the knowledge, only opening his eyes about 10 minutes later. Knowledge of two pathways? This strange phenomenon made Roger frown. Purifying this half-skull of the Death God's descendant and returning it to Mr. Azik Egus was part of their agreement. For this, Roger used the few days after Klein was killed by him and before his resurrection, and with Mr. Azik's help, found this death god's skull, contaminated by Unifier of all things, which Zangwell had hidden. It was precisely because of this prelude that Roger was now performing this ritualistic magic. However, a reverse mysticism that could acquire knowledge from contamination was something Roger had not anticipated at all. The characteristics of the death god's descendant contain knowledge of the death god pathway, which is understandable, but what in the world is the knowledge of the hanged man pathway? Could it be that this characteristic was passively obtained from Zangwell's attempt to have the true creator descend a scion? Roger shook his head. He had no definite conclusion on this matter for now, but it did not affect his mood, which became very good. Because through the reverse mysticism just now, he had mastered all the information for 2 pathways from sequence 9 to sequence 4. One must know that in the original work, the potion formulas for these 2 pathways were almost never revealed. Coupled with the apprentice pathway that Roger himself mastered, and the seer pathway knowledge from his memory, the divine pathways he mastered were already comparable to many large sects and even the Orthodox Church. I accidentally became rich enough to rival a nation. Roger shook his head. Mastering so much knowledge at this stage, he truly didn't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing for him. No matter what, more knowledge means more choices. Why does that sound a bit like the rhetoric of the Knowledge Church? Thinking of this, Roger also laughed. He put on Benjamin's gloves, tiptoed downstairs, and secretly borrowed Azik's copper whistle from Klein. When Roger returned to the living room, Ms. Sharon's figure appeared. This beautiful lady frowned slightly and looked at Roger. Stealing is not good behavior. Due to Roger and Klein's relationship, she did not act against Roger, but merely kindly reminded him. It's not stealing, just borrowing for a bit. I'll return it later. I need to contact a mutual friend of ours to return something that belongs to him. Roger hesitated for a moment. He did not use the title he, but rather the pronoun him, referring to a person. I suggest you move back a bit. If you're worried about Klein, you can go to his bedroom. Oh, by the way, he's wearing pajamas. Roger added with a roguish smile at the end. Ms. Sharon seemed a bit speechless. She was silent for a moment, then her figure disappeared. After confirming that Ms. Sharon had temporarily left, Roger breathed a sigh of relief. He blew the whistle, summoning the huge bone messenger. Hello. Roger greeted the bone messenger. The bone messenger was startled when it saw Roger, then remembered who this person was. This was the guy who shot its butt with a small rocket at Mrs. Sharon's mansion that day, but before the bone messenger could react, Roger had already taken out the half-skull of the death god's descendant from his pocket. Please help me deliver this item to Mr. Azik Egus. It belongs to Mr. Azik's child. He and I are good friends. What happened before was purely a misunderstanding. Roger said seriously. The bone messenger, which was initially a bit angry, instantly changed its attitude upon seeing the skull of the death god's descendant. It respectfully knelt on one knee, lowered its head, and solemnly received the skull with both hands. Then the bone messenger nodded at Roger, seemingly expressing gratitude on behalf of Mr. Azik, and then disappeared. Phew. That takes care of one thing. After sending off the bone messenger, Roger let out a long breath and returned the copper whistle. He felt a bit hungry at this point, so he fried an egg for himself, poured half a glass of red wine, and ate and drank. You seem to have taken out something extraordinary just now. I felt it even through the wall. Sharon's figure reappeared. This seems to be the most you've ever spoken. Roger laughed. He nodded and raised his glass. Want some? I'll pour you a glass too. Sharon shook her head. However, Roger was already used to Sharon's cold demeanor. He nodded, then finished the food on his plate and drained the wine in his glass. Well, I must say, the red wine here is quite good. Roger nodded to Sharon with a hint in his words, then said nothing more and turned to go upstairs. Roger's words seemed to have touched some memories in Sharon. She actually sighed softly, then her figure disappeared again. The next morning, an elderly gentleman named Miller Carter, claiming to be from Intes County, approached Klein, stating that he had purchased a bankrupt viscount's property and then discovered a very large hidden underground structure beneath it. Considering that it might not be safe down there, The gentleman had stopped the workers and servants from continuing construction and hoped to hire a detective first to ascertain the situation inside the underground structure. For this, he was willing to pay a high price of £50, but he also stipulated with Klein that the latter could not bring more than 3 assistants. Klein excused himself to go to the washroom, then silently repeated I should accept this commission 7 times, and then tossed a coin to Divine. The coin landed heads up, and he breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to look at the mirror in the washroom. What's your intuition? Bodyguard Mrs. Figure appeared. There's some danger, but not much. Klein nodded. By now, he had made up his mind. He walked out of the washroom and expressed his willingness to accept the commission to Miller Carter, also stating that he would only be available at 4 p.m. Miller Carter naturally understood that an excellent detective needed time to recruit personnel, so he signed a contract with Klein, agreeing to meet at William Street at 4 p.m. Mr. Great Detective. After Miller Carter left, Roger came down from upstairs and said with a smile, I wonder if you would mind me temporarily acting as your assistant. Klein was startled for a moment, then laughed. No problem. You want to go to that so-called underground complex too? Yes, I'm curious, I'll go take a look. Roger nodded. In any case, with Roger, a powerful beyonder, participating, Klein naturally felt more at ease. Just as the two were talking, an explosion suddenly occurred in the dining room. Klein and Roger exchanged glances and both quickly went to the dining room. Even Sharon's figure rapidly appeared in the mirror, clearly following them. Inside the dining room, smoke permeated the air, and crackling electric sparks flashed intermittently, striking the table and the nearby cupboard. Soon, the tabletop quickly froze, and a tabby cat slid across the tabletop to the end, then leaped, landing in front of Roger and Klein in a very cool posture. The corners of both gentlemen's mouths twitched uncontrollably, and even Sharon in the mirror looked bewildered. How was this master's trick performance? Bandit asked Roger and Klein, looking up with a rather pretentious tone. Are you playing a trick, master? Roger was silent for a long time before speaking. After getting the tabby cat's nod of acknowledgement, Roger paused and clapped hard for Bandit. Influenced by him, Klein also clapped for Bandit. The performance was good, worth encouraging. But next time you perform, try to be more careful with the furniture. Roger did not discourage Bandit, but rather encouraged him while subtly mentioning the furniture. After all, Bandit's mind and IQ were at most equivalent to a 5 or 6-year-old child, so at this time, when he was racking his brains to study acting, encouragement was naturally the main focus. Hearing Roger's praise, he was obviously quite proud and circled Roger and Klein several times. We'll meet directly on William Street at 4 p.m. I need to go hand over the investigation results to Mrs. Starlin's friend now. Klein touched Bandit, then stood up and pointed at the temporarily borrowed camera on the living room table. Oh, that adultery case, right? Roger nodded. Okay. After the two agreed, Klein left first to find Mrs. Summer and her introduced client, Mary Gale, while Roger returned to the workshop and picked up the life-betting revolver. At this time, Roger's luck was in a stable phase, neither up nor down. This meant he himself did not have bad luck. Roger unloaded the 5 bullets from the life-betting revolver, and before his luck started to decline, he immediately rotated the cylinder and fired a shot at his thigh. As he expected, this shot did not fire. Because Roger shot at his thigh, which is a vital spot, the luck he gained at once was not too much, but it was definitely not little. He immediately used amplification to amplify this luck, then reloaded the 5 bullets. Then Roger picked up the 2 bags of things he had prepared in advance and threw the traveler dice. As the dice rolled to 2 facing up, Roger returned to 4, Narcissus Street in Tingen City. Phew. Roger felt somewhat relieved. This was his first time using the combination of the life-betting revolver and the seer dice to try and lock the destination of the teleportation. Fortunately, the experiment was successful. After Roger left, he first went to 2, Narcissus Street next door and knocked on the Moretti family's door. Melissa opened the door. She was stunned when she saw Roger, then nodded. Long time no see, Mr. Bonway. I thought you had moved out. Please come in and sit. Roger nodded and stepped into the Moretti family's living room. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since anyone called me Mr. Bonway. Roger felt a little dazed. The layout of the living room had not changed at all, which made him feel a little emotional for a moment. Is Benson not home? Roger asked. No, he recently met a lady and often goes out with her. I feel like there's something going on. Speaking of this, Melissa finally showed a smile. She seemed to have made Benson's marriage a major goal in the near future. That's good. Roger also smiled. He placed the fruit he was carrying on the table. I've been in Backlund handling business recently. The shipping industry there is very developed, with specialties from various countries. These are Intis and Feinapotter flavored fruits. You and Benson can try them. Giving fruit to friends, in a sense, is also a characteristic habit of Chinese people. In fact, Klein also knew that Roger was coming to visit Melissa and Benson today. He even specifically gave Roger the money for this fruit, and the latter did not refuse. Thank you, Mr. Bonway, Melissa said gratefully. Afterward, Roger chatted with Melissa about recent events, told her about his experiences in Backlund, and mentioned many things about Bandit. Melissa also told him about the recently released civil servant examination policies and Benson's advantages in them. She also talked about Dunn and Leonard visiting several times recently, as well as her experiences and new knowledge learned at the Tingen Technical School, and even discussed some mechanical manufacturing and fluid mechanics issues with Roger. Even though Roger had studied college physics, Melissa's conversation gave him a headache, but he still persisted in communicating with the girl in front of him until late in the morning. Well, Melissa, I have something else to do, so I have to go now. Roger looked at the sun outside and stood up to say goodbye. Mr. Bonway, aren't you staying for dinner? Melissa also stood up and tried to persuade him to stay. No, I'll have a chance to come again in the future. Roger pressed his hand on his wide-brimmed top hat. Please say hello to Benson for me. After leaving the Moretti family's home, Roger walked to the back door of Harrods department store and followed the back street to the Aurora Order's secret meeting room. Hearing someone inside, Roger knocked on the door. The puppet-masked waiter opened the door. Upon seeing Roger, he immediately stood straight and bowed to Roger with the standard etiquette for facing a divine envoy. No need for formalities. Where is Mr. C? Roger scanned the secret room but did not see Mr. C's shadow. Reporting to the divine envoy, Mr. C temporarily went to Enmat Port yesterday, the puppet waiter respectfully said. Enmat Port? Mr. ZS sighed. Roger was stunned, not understanding Mr. C's situation. He placed the fruit on Mr. C's chair and said, Bring him some fruit. If Mr. C can't make it back, you can eat it first. With that, he turned and left the secret room under the puppet waiter's shocked and puzzled gaze, ate lunch at Harrods department store, and then, using the positive luck that had not completely faded, threw the traveler dice and returned to Minsk Street 15 in Backlund. Then Roger took his backpack, hailed a horse-drawn carriage, and arrived at Mr. Carter's property at 8 Williams Street before 4 p.m. Klein, dressed in casual clothes and wearing a semi-tall silk top hat, was already waiting there. Although Roger did not see Miss Sharon, he was certain she was also nearby. The two came to the house together, and a male servant in a red vest and light-colored trousers respectfully bowed to them. Good afternoon, may I ask who is Detective Moriarty? I am. Klein nodded, then said, Mr. Carter and I have an appointment. Then, led by the male servant, Klein and Roger entered the first floor of the house. Miller Carter pinched his nose and came forward, apologizing for the messy environment that was currently being renovated, and then led the two towards the entrance of the basement. Along the way, Klein even couldn't help but remind Mr. Carter about renovation pollution. Soon, the three arrived in front of a grayish-white stone door, which was quite dark inside. Mr. Miller seemed not to want to bring Klein and Roger inside. He just handed each of them a lit lantern, gave a few instructions, and then turned and left. Klein checked his belongings and asked Roger if he had the traveler dice. After receiving a positive answer, he stepped into the dark stone slab-paved passage first. The decor inside seems to have been changed several times. Klein commented softly on the furnishings along the way. They clearly showed different styles. Soon, The two arrived in front of a black double stone door. Klein was about to push the door hard, but Roger stopped him. The latter took out many dried herbs from his bag, then piled them at the bottom of the black stone door under Klein's puzzled gaze. Then he extended his right hand, on which he wore the stage ring on his middle finger. With a snap of his fingers, the dried herbs immediately ignited. The burning smoke, influenced by the wind manipulated by Roger, quickly rose upwards. Then he pulled Klein back and quietly told Miss Sharon to also stay away. Why? Klein was about to ask, but then he saw a scene that made his scalp tingle. He saw that where the smoke had reached, a large number of poisonous snakes with triangular heads and various colors immediately writhed in pain and fell down. Chapter 115. This is not something you can handle. The colorful, countless venomous snakes were clearly paralyzed by the smoke from the burning herbs Roger had brought, unable to move for a time. But even so, the scene before Klein still made his scalp tingle. The future Lord of Mystery's greatest fear was snakes. The source of this fear could probably be traced back to Klein's childhood. Once, he secretly watched a movie his parents were watching, and one episode was a snake disaster film. The dense, wriggling mass left a very deep childhood trauma on him. Not only him, but even Sharon was a bit flustered. The bodyguard miss didn't know what to do for a moment. You two step back a bit. I'm going to get rid of all of them. Remember to cover your ears, Roger said, putting on the blood crimson brooch. Further back, yes, hide behind a wall or a pillar. Both of your clothes aren't cheap. Clothes? Although Klein and Sharon were a bit puzzled, they instinctively followed suit, returning to the entrance of the passage and hiding behind a stone pillar. After confirming their safety, Roger activated the blood crimson brooch's weakness detection and harvest abilities. His eyes instantly turned iron black. After waiting for a short while, Roger seized an opportunity. His throat bobbed, and he let out a terrifying roar. The roar echoed in the narrow passage, intertwining into a net filled with killing intent. Coincidentally, these echoing sound waves converged at the right time, and the convergence point was the ground plane where the snakes were located. Pop, 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 pop. The seemingly tough scales and skin on the snakes' bodies couldn't withstand the amplified echoes. They burst from their internal organs outwards, followed by their skin, instantly turning into a mist of blood. At the same time, Roger used Benjamin's gloves to dematerialize and slip behind the stone door. This prevented him from getting any bloodstains on him, leaving him completely clean. All right, come over. Under Klein and Sharon's gaze, the stone door opened from the inside. You're practically a devil. Klein's eyelids twitched as he looked at the passage full of bloodstains, shredded flesh, and fragmented snake bones. Even Sharon felt a chill, and Roger even noticed her unconsciously biting her lip. This is also for the health and safety of the workers and servants. The instigator defended himself thus. That's true. Klein nodded, agreeing with Roger's statement. He and Sharon walked through the door and soon saw 8 black stone pillars of the same color hanging down from the high black dome, and at the base of each pillar were inverted candlesticks carved into different creature shapes. As an excellent history graduate from Hoy University, Klein recognized the origin of this carving style at first glance. It was a typical architectural interior of the Fourth Epoch. Klein stated his thoughts, and Roger also nodded. This is a distorted architectural style of the Black Emperor. Black Emperor? You mean the ruler of the Solomon Empire in the Fourth Epoch? Klein immediately pressed, knowing that the Solomon Empire, Tudor dynasty, and Trunsoist Empire all had similar architectural styles, which was a relatively popular style in the North Continent during the Fourth Epoch. But he also knew in his heart that Black Emperor was the name of a path of a god, though he was not yet entirely clear about the specific details of this path. Yes, Black Emperor itself is a style. In fact, this is also the name of a path of a god. Black Emperor is the sequence 0 of the lawyer, and its main symbol is the utilization and distortion of rule loopholes. As the son of chaos and shadow of order, representing the chaotic side of rules and the entropy increase of the universe, the Black Emperor from sequence 9 lawyer onwards involves the mastery of rule loopholes and their distorted utilization. This acting requirement was also widely reflected in the noble attire of the various kingdoms in the North Continent during the Fourth Epoch, such as asymmetrical shoes and crowns, which, to use a popular internet term from a certain period in Huaxia, would probably be non-mainstream or shomat. Klein understood. His professional habit had already kicked in. He held the lantern and carefully admired the architecture and sculptural art before him. This underground space was terrifyingly large, with a depth of over 100 meters. Judging from the conditions along the way, it could almost be considered a living fossil of Fourth Epoch archaeology. Klein even deduced that this place should belong to a great noble of the Antigonus family and Zaratal family's level based on the number of candlesticks at the end of the hall, which secretly surprised him. Roger listened to Klein's explanation, but remained silent. He knew this was an underground ruin belonging to the Tudor Empire, and he also knew that something extraordinary was hidden here. Suddenly, Klein exclaimed, "Come look here." Roger walked over and saw a platform half a meter above the ground. On the platform were two enormous iron-black chairs. This made Klein repeatedly murmur about how strange it was. Because logically, there should only be one supreme ruler in an empire, and the chairs before them clearly symbolized equality of status. That is to say, it represented two kings. Even Sharon was confused by Klein's incessant chatter. She couldn't help but ask, "What's strange?" Klein explained the abnormalities within to Sharon, then looked at Roger. "Roger, didn't you say your Abraham family is an ancient family that has been passed down from the Fourth Epoch? What do you make of this phenomenon?" Since Klein had asked, Roger decided not to remain silent any longer. These chairs belonged to the two kings of the Tudor Empire, Knight Emperor Trunsoist and Blood Emperor Tudor. After the fall of King Solomon, Trunsoist and Tudor established a united empire and initiated dual king rule. Dual king rule? Klein's eyes widened. He had never heard of such a thing before and immediately felt his worldview being refreshed. Sharon was silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke. "You two know so much. Everything is correct, one by one, without any errors." Roger and Klein were stunned at first, then both laughed. As the three ascended to the high platform, Sharon also discovered that one of the two thrones was engraved with the Tudor family's emblem. This confirmed Roger's earlier statement, and the meaning of the unknown emblem on the other chair was also about to be revealed. That represented the Trunsoist family. Klein suddenly thought of something and asked, "Roger, the Tudor family and the Trunsoist family, and the Solomon family, all master the Black Emperor path, am I right?" He deduced this from the shared architectural style of these families. "Yes, great detective, your insight is very keen." Roger smiled, affirming Klein's judgment. "What I can tell you is that during the joint rule of Trunsoist and Tudor, they were both sequence one of the Black Emperor path, the Orderbreaker Prince." Orderbreaker Prince? Klein murmured to himself. He could clearly taste the meaning of order distortion from the name of this beyonder characteristic, and this also matched the symbol of the Black Emperor path that Roger had mentioned earlier. As the three continued onward, they arrived at the black wall at the bottom of the hall. This massive stone wall had 7 unevenly arranged doors, which piqued Klein's interest. He reached out and pushed open the first door, walking inside with Sharon. Roger, however, did not go in. He knew what was in the first 6 doors, nothing more than the 6 true gods with concrete images, excluding the god of craftsmen. The reason he wanted to explore this ruin with Klein and Sharon was to see the 7th door. At this moment, Roger was staring at that door, feeling the faint stirrings of the blood-crimson brooch in his chest pocket. Sure enough, that guy is still inside. In fact, when Roger previously asked Klein for the Hunter Beyonder characteristic precipitated by more sun, he wanted to use its hidden connection with high-level Beyonders of the same path to confirm whether the Red Angel evil spirit was still sealed in this ruin. But after obtaining the blood-crimson brooch, Roger undoubtedly had a better alternative, and he subsequently chose to sell that Hunter Beyonder characteristic for cash. Not long after, Klein emerged from the first door, the shock on his face still not faded. "Roger, do you know what we saw inside?" He looked at Roger. "Saw what?" The latter pretended not to know anything. A statue of the goddess, and one with a concrete image." I suspect the Tudor family was conducting some blasphemous activities here, because Duns Smith had once told Klein that the Orthodox Church generally used symbolic representations for the true gods they believed in, and only cults would draw and sculpt concrete images of deities. The most typical example was the primordial Demonis statue Klein had seen earlier at Mrs. Sharon's residence in Tingen City. Possibly. Roger shrugged, non-committal. Subsequently, Klein and Sharon investigated the other 5 doors, finding statues depicting the Mother Earth, the Lord of Storms, and the other 5 true gods inside. This made Klein even more confused. If it was just blasphemy against one deity, he could understand, but blaspheming 6 deities at the same time seemed strange no matter how he looked at it. Could it be some kind of special mark of the era? Klein turned back and was about to push open the 7th door when Roger stopped him. You two go back first. The danger behind this door is not something you can handle. Roger shook his head and said in a low voice. Danger? Yes, if you don't believe me, you can divine it. Upon hearing this, Klein finally reacted. When he had pushed open those doors, he had even forgotten to use his pendulum for divination. 116 Soren Einhorn Medici. Chapter 116 Soren Einhorn Medici. 11 Soren Einhorn Medici. Klein took out his crystal pendulum and silently chanted the divination content 7 times. There is danger behind this last door. After chanting, he opened his eyes and saw the pendulum swinging clockwise. The speed was fast, and the amplitude was large. This indicated that there was indeed great danger behind that door. That was close. If Roger hadn't reminded me, I probably would have instinctively opened that door. There was also no premonition from my spirituality, which means the thing behind the door is not of a low sequence. Klein was now fully awake, completely free of any thoughts of courting death. Are you going to open this door? He looked at Roger, feeling a bit uneasy. Don't worry, I'm fine. You two should leave quickly. Oh, and remember to tell Mr. Carter not to let anyone come down to this place again. Roger shook his head. In the original work, the evil spirit hidden behind this door almost caused Klein and Sharon to lose control simultaneously. Since he was here this time, it was naturally impossible for the 2 of them to take such a risk again. All right, if you really can't handle it, just run. Seeing that Roger's mind was made up, Klein no longer hesitated. He called bodyguard Miss, and the 2 turned and ran towards the entrance. Roger watched as the lanterns, symbolizing their positions, moved away and left the hall before he turned around. He pushed open the stone door. At the same time, Roger activated Unifier of all things' ability, ascending to the ring visual level. As the lantern in Roger's hand extinguished, he immediately felt a cold wind blowing from behind the door. With the enhancement of his special vision, Roger saw a ring he had never seen before. Strictly speaking, they were 3 different, deep red rings, each representing a different fate. But at this moment, the 3 rings were connected in an extremely strange and twisted way, forming a larger, more 3-dimensional, tripartite ring. Roger naturally knew who the owner of this ring was. Soren Einhorn Medici. These 3 conquerors of the Red Priest Sequence 1 were captured by the Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor before he forcibly switched from the Black Emperor pathway to the Red Priest pathway, and then died in the Blood Emperor's deification ritual. Afterward, the spirits of these 3 tragically deceased angels merged, becoming a 3-in-1 evil spirit. It was rather amusing to think that these 3 most powerful conspirers in the world were all caught and consumed. It was precisely because of this humiliating experience that they were widely nicknamed the Hot Pot Angels. Previously, they had been luring the descendants of the Tudor family, the Pound family, to find this underground ruin in Backlund, and then successively lured the contemporary Baron Pound, Klein, and Sharon, attempting to open the stone door and regain their freedom. As the tripartite ring rapidly approached him, Roger pushed his hand forward. No entry. He once again spoke the obscure language he had used to strike at the celestial worthy. The Hot Pot Angels were instantly confined to a small space, close to the piles of white bones, unable to move. At this moment, they could not see Roger's appearance, they could only sense that someone had bound them. Roger could even faintly hear the sounds of curses, pleas for mercy, and internal strife intertwining, emanating from Soren Einhorn Medici. I can let you go." Hearing this, the three angels quieted down one after another. "But I must do something." "Don't worry, it won't harm you." With that, Roger closed his eyes. He pinpointed the location within the tripartite ring where they were connected to each other, and from a higher dimension, he embedded his mental imprint there. This imprint was not directly from Yog-Sothoth, nor did it carry corresponding pollution. Instead, it was merely Roger's personal imprint, simply imbued with a certain degree of immortality and inscrutability through his use of Unifier of all things' high-dimensional perspective. With this imprint, he could locate these three humiliating hot pot ingredients at any time and influence their actions, but they would be unable to sense his influence. In other words, this was another form of 0-08. After completing all of this, Roger nodded with satisfaction and released Sauron Einhorn Medici. His figure vanished, and he instantly appeared in the passage at the entrance of the hall. Klein and Sharon were not here at this moment, but were waiting at the outer stone door. After confirming this, Roger quickly withdrew from the ring state. Then he conjured the Dawn Sword and came to the entrance of the hall at the end of the passage, inserting it directly into the ground. In an instant, the Dawn Sword exploded into fragments, carrying terrifying pressure that blasted open the surrounding walls and the already crumbling stone slabs above. Rumble. Roger felt the ground and walls around him tremble. He knew this was a sign that the passage structure was about to collapse. He activated Benjamin's gloves, quickly sprinted towards the end of the passage, and at the same time, his body dematerialized, passing through the doorway. Rumble. After Roger left, the passage finally collapsed completely. Rubble completely blocked the entrance to the hall, making it impossible to pass through. "What did you do?" Klein immediately asked, hearing the sounds from inside. "I blew up that passage. There's a terrifying evil spirit in the seventh door." Roger replied, panting. "Evil spirit?" Klein's expression immediately became serious. He had learned about evil spirits before and knew that these special spiritual bodies were generally quite terrifying, with some individual ones even reaching the demigod and angel level. "What do we do next?" Sharon looked at Klein and Roger. "Well, we'll say that the structure inside the passage wasn't very stable, and we accidentally caused it to collapse while exploring. Oh, and also mention that there are a lot of snakes inside. That should scare Miller Carter and his servants, cutting off any thoughts of further exploration." Klein thought for a moment and replied. Roger also agreed with this view. After reaching a consensus, Sharon's body disappeared again, while Klein and Roger walked out together. Not a single mistake in one word, one sentence, one content, one look. Miller Carter was already waiting not far away. He had clearly felt the tremors from the explosion or heard the sound, so he rushed over to check the situation. "How is it, Detective Moriarty?" "I just felt the ground shaking." The old-fashioned gentleman immediately asked with concern. Klein repeated the prearranged story to Mr. Carter, who, after listening, said with lingering fear, "It's a good thing I didn't let my servants and workers go too far, otherwise I would have been facing a murder charge." "Exactly." Klein nodded in agreement, then added, "After this, please don't let anyone try to restore the passage or go in to explore. It's best to install a locked iron door, otherwise, it's very likely to cause casualties." All right. Miller Carter immediately agreed and paid Klein the remaining £40. "By the way, Mr. Carter, do you know who the original owner of this house was?" Klein put away the banknotes and asked the question that had been lingering in his mind. "It was Viscount Pound. I don't know much about their family, only that they obtained their title in the War of the Betrayal and were once prominent. But later, for some unknown reason, starting a few decades ago, this family suddenly declined, losing heirs one after another, and eventually had to find a distant relative to inherit the title. That new Viscount Pound wasn't very good at managing a household. He squandered most of the family fortune and was demoted to a baronet by the king. He could face bankruptcy at any time now. And his selling this house to me was probably also with the intention of having one last splurge." "I see." Klein recalled the war that began in the Fifth Epoch, year 738, where Lun and Intis exploited the conflict between the two major churches, the Mother Earth and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, within the Phaenopotter Kingdom, launching a war in the name of upholding faith. Although the Phaesac Empire intervened in the end, it failed to thwart the schemes of the two nations. At the end of this war, Lun and Intes successfully independentized Lunburg, Mason, Seeger, and other countries that originally belonged to the Phaenopotter Kingdom and primarily worshipped the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, leaving only the territories of the Mother Earth Church's diocese. Because both sides in the war accused the other of betraying the sacred oath at the end of the Fourth Epoch, this conflict was also called the War of the Betrayal by historians. While Roger pondered the role the Pound family played in this war and the possible involvement of Beyonder elements, he asked again, "Mr. Carter, do you know where that Baronet Pound lives now?" Unfortunately, Miller Carter shook his head. "I'm sorry, I don't know." "All right." Klein could only nod helplessly and bid farewell to Mr. Carter with Roger. After leaving the mansion, Klein took out £25 in cash from the £40 Mr. Carter had just given him and handed it to Roger. "This is for you. Although it's not a large sum for you, if it weren't for you, we would have been in mortal danger just now, so you deserve this." Roger nodded, not declining, and took the banknote. But he couldn't help but think to himself, "Mr. Fool probably doesn't know that I earned over 3,000 gold pounds from the assassination mission he issued against Bakerland." However, Roger obviously couldn't say this out loud, and his expression remained normal. "I plan to investigate that Baronet Pound. Do you have any suggestions?" Klein looked at Roger and spoke again. At this moment, his heart was still full of doubts about that underground hall, and he wanted to know more, but he also hoped to hear the opinion of Roger, a member of the Abraham family who knew many secrets of the Fourth Epoch. "I think there's no harm in it, but also no help." Roger smiled. He knew there was an anomaly with Baronet Pound, but the root of that anomaly still came from the hot pot ingredients trio. Because he had already planted his mental imprint within Sauron Einhorn Medici, Roger could monitor their movements at any time. Second update, more to come later. Chapter 117 Six-Person Party. Seeing Roger say this, Klein hesitated slightly and didn't rush to investigate Baron Pound's matter. Instead, he turned to the municipal library and began researching the history and archaeological discoveries of Fourth Epoch families, including Solomon, Trunsoist, and Tudor. Roger, on the other hand, returned to the Tingen dock area and began his performance for the day. Early the next morning, when he returned to the residence at Minsk Street 15 using the traveler dice, he saw Klein talking to the mirror. This made Roger's heart clench. He originally thought Klein's mental state was affected by the Medici hot pot trio, but soon he saw Sharon's reflection in the mirror and breathed a sigh of relief. "Is the employment over?" Klein asked. Sharon, a phantom figure, nodded in the mirror. "If I want to cooperate with you again later, would you be willing?" Klein pondered for a moment before asking. Sharon nodded again. "Then, should I contact you through Marek?" Klein tentatively asked. Sharon nodded once more, then curtsied, and her figure quickly vanished. Phew. Klein let out a long breath as he saw Sharon leave. "She's a beautiful lady, isn't she?" Roger sat down next to Klein and winked at him. "Yes, and she's very strong," Klein agreed. "By the way, Klein, did you get the marionettist Beyonder characteristic earlier?" Roger thought for a moment and asked. "Yes, do you have any ideas?" Klein countered. "You still have quite some time before becoming Sequence 5, so I suggest you try to explore other uses for that Beyonder characteristic, or turn it into an Beyonder item. This way, you can indirectly gain combat power equivalent to Sequence 5. When you need to advance, if you can't find a new Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic, I can help you separate it again." Roger tentatively prompted Klein. In the original timeline, because Rozigo was contaminated by the foul speech charm, the marionettist Beyonder characteristic Klein obtained could not be used to create a potion. In the end, he had to find a new main ingredient that could be used to make a potion before he successfully advanced. However, Roger, by accident, not only prepared the magical item corresponding to the faceless Beyonder characteristic for Klein but also inadvertently helped him obtain an uncontaminated marionettist Beyonder characteristic. Although this characteristic could be used for advancement in the future, considering Klein's long-standing intention to create a clone within Sapphira Castle, Roger also subtly guided him to make some attempts first. His true intention could not be spoken aloud, it would cause Mr. Fool to suffer a social death. Of course, Roger also believed that Klein would successfully grasp the key to his hint and make a formal attempt. Watching Klein fall into thought, Roger patted him on the shoulder. "I'm going to rest for a bit. Singing all night is exhausting." Then he went back to the bedroom, collapsed onto his comfortable, soft bed, and fell asleep. Roger woke up again at 2 in the afternoon the next day. Today is Monday, and the Tarot Club is about to begin. Roger quickly washed up, trying to make himself look presentable. Although no one on the grey fog could clearly see each other's faces, for Roger, maintaining his elegance was, in a sense, also about maintaining a good mood. After hastily swallowing 2 slices of buttered bread, Roger finally sat in his study before 3 o'clock. Rust-colored starlight erupted, and he reappeared in Sapphira Castle above the grey fog. Also present were Ms. Justice, Mr. Hanged Man, and Mr. Sun. In addition, at the far end of the bronze long table sat a stranger in a hooded black robe. The corner of Roger's mouth curled up slightly the moment he saw the figure. It seems Klein really did try. Although this marionettist Beyonder characteristic was uncontaminated, a clone could still be created in Sapphira Castle using the same method. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool tilde good after." Ms. Justice, Audrey Hall, was about to greet the other participants of the Tarot Club when she suddenly noticed the figure at the far end of the bronze long table. "Mr. Fool, may I ask who this is?" Audrey's tone was a mixture of joy and confusion. The Tarot Club had once again grown and expanded. Hearing Audrey's gaze, the 3 individuals, including Wheel of Fortune Roger, also looked towards the end of the bronze long table. "This is a new member, Mr. World." "Mr. Fool's tone was quite leisurely as he leaned back in his chair and replied. Hearing this, Audrey also greeted Mr. World. As Audrey began to use her spectator ability to analyze Mr. World's personality, Klein secretly chuckled and looked at Derek Berg. "Mr. Sun, it seems you have reached the final milestone on the path of digesting the Bard Potion. Congratulations." Fool Klein used his spiritual vision above Sapphira Castle to discern the change in Sun Derek Berg's astral body. "Thank you, Mr. Fool, and thank you all for your continuous help." Sun's tone was somewhat surprised, seemingly not expecting Mr. Fool to be able to perceive the fact that he had already digested the potion. "I heard Mr. Fool say that I can issue missions and collect Beyonder materials here, is that right?" At this moment, Mr. World deliberately asked in a hoarse voice. "Yes, but you must wait for Mr. Fool to finish today's reading. This is his exclusive time." "All right." World nodded and said no more. This time, Hanged Man Algius still brought 6 pages of Emperor Roselle's diary to Mr. Fool. This meant he had already delivered 18 pages of notes, and when he delivered the last page at the next meeting, he would have completely fulfilled his promise to Mr. Fool. As Algius passed the notes to Fool Klein by writing them on the spot, the latter began reading again. The first 2 pages of the notes mainly introduced Emperor Roselle's 3 children and their inherited Beyonder characteristics. Through this diary, Klein learned that among the Emperor's 3 children, only Bernadette did not inherit Beyonder characteristics, while his eldest son Charles and second son Bonova inherited a small amount of Sequence 9 Beyonder characteristics and a complete Sequence 5 Constellations Master Beyonder characteristic, respectively. Born a Sequence 5. It truly goes with the old saying, the biggest watershed in life is amniotic fluid. Klein couldn't help but sigh. He had worked desperately and was only now close to finishing digesting his Sequence 8 potion, while Bonova Gustav, on the other hand, was a born Beyonder, just 1 step away from demigod status, right from birth. But on the other hand, being born and Beyonder might not necessarily be a good thing, because it meant that the direction of one's life was almost completely fixed, with almost no possibility of choice. Just like those children born into imperial families in ancient China, they couldn't enjoy much of the ordinary paternal love from a young age. Instead, they had to face the power struggles and intrigues of the court prematurely. Afterwards, Zaratul made predictions for each of Roselle Gustav's 3 children. He spoke most about Bernadette, saying that she would certainly become a great figure in the mystical world, but on the other hand, she would also hate and betray her father. I can feel Emperor Roselle's heartbreak even through the diary. Klein couldn't help but imagine the awkward scene of an old father facing his rebellious little darling. The second page of the diary mentioned the interaction between Emperor Roselle and a member of the Sorin family named Florent, who mentioned wanting to recruit Roselle to serve his family, which, as expected, earned Florent Roselle's silent curses. The third and fourth pages were respectively about Roselle's plans to enact some laws, and his further curses towards Florent. Every word was filled with anger. In the diary, the emperor bluntly called him an airhead. The last 2 pages contained some secrets about the Twilight Hermit Order and Emperor Roselle creating the first blasphemy card based on the blasphemy slate. Of course, he still referred to the Twilight Hermit Order as that mysterious organization. Blasphemy card? Containing all knowledge from sequence 9 to sequence 0? The information surprised Klein. Did this mean that if he could find that blasphemy card, he could fully master a pathway? He calmly put down the diary in his hand and looked at Ms. Justice, Audrey Hall. After praising her excellent work in successfully eliminating Bakerland, Mr. Fool then asked what compensation she required. Ms. Justice was flattered. She thought for a moment and then said, "Mr. Fool, I wonder if you could share more content from Emperor Roselle's diary, or other knowledge that we don't know." "Yes." Fool Klein nodded in response, then asked, "Do you wish to listen alone, or would you like to share with others?" Ms. Justice originally wanted to choose to listen alone, but she subtly glanced at Mr. World, thinking that she should establish a friendly image of Tarot Club members being helpful for this newcomer. So she said, "I am willing to share this information." "Yes." Mr. Fool nodded. Afterward, Klein shared what he had recently read in Emperor Roselle's diary about Beyonders expelling a portion of their Beyonder characteristics during childbirth, using Emperor Roselle's son, Bonova, as a vivid example to illustrate this point. Of course, when he mentioned Bonova Gustave, he used a cheerful tone, which gave everyone present the impression that Mr. Fool was treating Emperor Roselle's family matters as interesting gossip, rather than having just learned relevant knowledge from the diary. A born constellations master, truly enchanting. Ms. Justice, Audrey, sighed, but then she thought of a question. So, does this mean that the life paths of those born with Beyonder characteristics are already determined? Or do they also have the opportunity to switch to adjacent pathways later? Mr. Fool chuckled at her words. "Yes, just like you acquired Beyonders." This sentence made Ms. Justice sit up straighter. "By the way, Mr. Fool, you once said that you would choose an appropriate time to trade information about the spectator's adjacent pathway. I wonder if today is a suitable time? Of course, regarding compensation, please feel free to state your terms." Ms. Justice once again asked about this information. And Mr. Hanged Man also said, "If you could also share some knowledge about the sailor's adjacent pathway, I would be very grateful. Of course, if you require any compensation, I can also find a way to pay." Although Augeas' development within the Lord of Storm's church was currently quite good, he also knew that many Beyonders were unable to advance further due to factors such as their church connections. Therefore, if there was a possibility of changing pathways, it would undoubtedly be an opportunity for Augeas. "I don't seem to need anything special right now. I still have a lot of cash on hand. If I had to say what I lack, then I need magician potion materials." This gave Klein a headache. He always felt it would be absurd for his persona to ask for sequence 7 potion materials. It wasn't very appropriate to ask in the name of his favored one either, as a near-godlike existence like himself should have favored ones who were at least at Roger's level of strength. So Klein could only settle for the next best thing. You can still pay with Emperor Roselle's diary. Justice and Hanged Man both breathed a sigh of relief. Having their own channels for acquiring Emperor Roselle's diary, they could fully accept such a price. As for Mr. Sun, Mr. Wheel of Fortune, and Mr. World, if you also wish to participate in the transaction, you can also bring me Emperor Roselle's diary, or pay when I decide on other compensation. Mr. Fool's last sentence was directed at Derek, as this young man in the City of Silver had no opportunity to obtain Emperor Roselle's diary. "No, Mr. Fool, I don't need to change pathways." Derek was quite resolute. For him, continuing on the Sun pathway was his only pursuit. "Mr. Fool, thank you, but I don't think I need this information. Wheel of Fortune Roger also politely declined. On one hand, he didn't want Klein to inexplicably gain another reward by using knowledge obtained from him. On the other hand, this also fit his demigod persona. Mr. World, as expected, joined the transaction, because he was completely Klein's alt account, and any transaction between them could be done behind the scenes. So Klein created a soundproof barrier, drawing Ms. Justice and Mr. Hanged Man together. First, I need to say that your respective pathways are adjacent pathways to each other. Mr. Fool's voice was quite cheerful. However, Audrey and Algius were greatly surprised. What? We are each other's adjacent pathways? The two looked at each other, falling silent for a moment. End of today. 118 The One Eye of the Shadow of Fate. Chapter 118 The One-Eyed Shadow of Luck. After learning this, Ms. Justice and Hanged Man Algius were both unable to calm down for a long time. They both never expected that the Sailor pathway, which controls violent natural forces, and the Audience pathway, which silently influences others' minds through observation and guidance, would be neighboring pathway. But this also makes sense, the contrast between violence and tranquility. Algius tried to convince himself, then immediately continued to ask. Mr. Fool, are these the only two neighboring pathways we have? No. The Fool Klein gently shook his head and added. There are 3 other pathways. 3. Audrey and Algius were both a bit incredulous. One must know that there are only 22 divine pathways in total. If there are 5 neighboring pathways, that would already account for nearly a quarter of all pathways. This sounded strange no matter how they heard it. Yes, they are the Bard, Reader, and Secret Supplicant pathways. Mr. Fool's voice remained calm, but the news he dropped was like a shocking bomb. Bard, Reader, Secret Supplicant. No wonder Mr. Fool's tone was a bit different when he invited Sun just now. Algius muttered to himself, his heart growing even more restless at this moment. Because, according to Mr. Fool, the Bard and Reader belong to the eternal blazing sun and God of knowledge and wisdom churches respectively. If it were just the Audience pathway controlled by the psychology alchemists, that would be one thing. What he truly couldn't understand was that the divine pathways controlled by the eternal blazing sun, Lord of Storms, and God of knowledge and wisdom were actually neighboring pathways to the Secret Supplicant pathway, which symbolizes degradation, filth, and distortion. What does this symbolize? Righteous gods being neighbors with evil gods, and I myself am half a cultist. That's right, after all, I also joined a secret organization that isn't registered. Algius mocked himself in his heart. Unlike him, Audrey quickly regained her composure. Because she saw a possibility, there were currently 2 colleagues in the Tarot Club who were on neighboring pathways with her, which meant that at high sequences they could share potion formulas and, if necessary, switch to each other's sequence. This undoubtedly solved many worries and gave her many more options. The only problem was that whether it was praising the sun or venturing into the tides, neither seemed to fit her image as a lady. The Reader formula isn't easy to get in Lun. I can't possibly ask Mr. Wheel of Fortune for the Secret Supplicant Pathways High Sequence Potion formula, can I? Audrey fell into a reverie for a moment. Mr. Fool, will we be able to trade high sequence potion formulas and materials here in the future? Algius asked again for confirmation. Of course. The Fool Klein nodded. All such transactions would pass through him, so he also hoped to acquire more potion formulas. Algius breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Mr. Fool, I have no other questions. After confirming that Audrey also had no questions, Klein removed the silencing barrier. Are you done discussing? Mr. World saw that their expressions had returned to normal and immediately asked. I'd like to purchase some potion materials. I wonder if that's possible. Yes, please state your needs. Free communication and trade are allowed now. Ms. Justice fully exercised her senior role. She nodded. All right. Mr. World nodded, then stated his request. I need a real root of a mist treant, at least 60 milliliters of mist treant sap, and all the spinal fluid of a demonic patterned black panther. These were the main ingredients and 1 auxiliary material for the magician potion formula. Klein was not worried that this would allow Roger to guess his true identity. After all, there were so many seer pathway beyonders in the world, and this was not an effective clue. Moreover, he did not know that Roger had already mastered all the potion formulas for the seer pathway. Then, the son Derek Berg stated that he knew where Miss Treants were, but he would need to wait until he successfully advanced and joined the patrol team before he could find them. Very good. What do you need in return? An equipment that can directly improve my combat ability, Derek said with great certainty. Perhaps I can help you find what you need. I wonder if Mr. Fool can be a witness? Mr. World asked. Yes. Klein replied. Audrey and Augeas, upon hearing this, couldn't help but remind Mr. Sun that the items Mr. World needed were all sequence 7 level Beyonder materials. Audrey was afraid that Sun would suffer a loss, while Augeas instinctively repelled Mr. World, the new member. The dummy, Mr. World, naturally had no objections to this. After Sun confirmed the situation, he looked at Roger, Audrey, and Augeas again, asking if they could provide the spinal fluid of the demonic patterned Black Panther. Audrey immediately proposed that she needed the psychiatrist potion formula, while Hanged Man Augeas stated that he needed the wind-blessed potion formula or a complete set of auxiliary materials. In return, they could help search for them. Since Augeas had already obtained the Beyonder characteristic extracted from Chilangos, he only needed to confirm or obtain the remaining auxiliary materials to prepare for advancement. As for Roger, he symbolically requested 600 gold pounds in cash. Mr. World agreed to all of them. In fact, Klein originally had some questions about the Fourth Epoch nobles, but now that he had Roger, a living encyclopedia of Fourth Epoch knowledge, by his side, it saved him from having to pay extra knowledge to ask. Seeing that the transaction contract between Mr. World and the others had been reached, the voice of Wheel of Fortune Roger sounded again. I need everyone to help me find a Beyonder material. Beyonder material? Is Roger going to advance again? Klein's heart tightened, but he remained calm on the surface. Not a single mistake, one by one, content is clear. I need a Shadow of Plundered Luck's monocle. Wheel of Fortune stated his need. Shadow of Luck stealing? What's that? MS. Justice was stunned. She had never heard of such a creature. Augeas was the same, but he didn't show it, instead pondering the meaning of those 4 characters in his mind. They really don't know. Roger sighed inwardly. In fact, he hadn't held out much hope originally, because Roger himself didn't know what it was. But from the name, it seemed to be a Beyonder existence related to the Wheel of Fortune pathway, and it also seemed to have the ability to steal others' luck. This was also one of the auxiliary materials for the Star of Judgment pathway sequence 6 composer potion formula. Roger judged that he was not far from fully digesting the Singer potion, so he wanted to prepare in advance. To truly find this item, he might need deep contact with the Life School of Thought, but Roger clearly did not have such conditions at the moment. However, the son Derek Berg, after hearing Mr. Fool's simultaneous interpretation, suddenly spoke. Mr. Wheel of Fortune, I might be able to help you find this item. Really? Roger looked up in surprise at Derek in the grey fog. Yes, I've heard of the Shadow of Luck stealing. A few years ago, the patrol team of the City of Silver seemed to have captured one. It can temporarily steal a person's good luck, making the stolen person unlucky, but similarly, it can also form a contract with someone, helping the contractor take away their bad luck and transfer it to others. It really is a bit like the Singer's ability. Roger nodded repeatedly as he listened. This creature should be at sequence 5 level. With my current strength, I cannot capture it at all. A corresponding bounty mission needs to be issued. However, this type of bounty cannot be clearly priced. Generally, the person accepting the mission needs to state their own demands. If you can bear the cost, then I can try to inquire for you. The son Derek spoke cautiously. Yes, no problem. I can not only provide the reward for the bounty mission, but also fulfill one additional request for you. Roger breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't short of money now, but rather lacked channels to obtain those rare Beyonder materials. Most of the auxiliary materials required for the Star of Judgment pathway potions are related to the 3 domains of spirit, destiny, and the starry sky, involving a wide range and generally high value. Through ordinary channels, Roger's needs could not be met. Just like this time, if it weren't for the special source of the City of Silver, which is independent of the main world, Roger really wouldn't know where to find the shadow of luck stealing. After the trade contract was reached, Mr. Fool spoke again. Ms. Justice, the 2 new Tarot Club members you recommended last time are still in the assessment. As part of the assessment, they need to complete a mission. Audrey's heart stirred when she heard Mr. Fool's words. She respectfully said, "No problem, please issue the mission." The Fool Klein used the Sapphira Castle's manifestation ability to quickly present a portrait on paper and handed it to Ms. Justice. Audrey took it and saw a thin young man with white oak-colored hair and fair skin. He wore a deerstalker hat, but his dark red pupils were filled with arrogance and unruliness. "They need to help me find clues about this young man. My dear has confirmed that he is in Backland." In fact, this was a clue Klein found through dream divination, using the blank parts of the paper that Roger had torn from Ince Sangwell's used notebook. These papers did not contain the text written by 0-08, but because Ince had carried them with him for a long time, they had established a sufficiently close mystical connection with the latter. Thus, the dream divination attempt succeeded, and Klein also confirmed that Ince had contacted this young man multiple times, and the latter was most likely hiding in a corner of Backland at the moment. He also became convinced that if he could find this young man, he would definitely find Ince Sangwell. First update. Chapter 119, The Call of the Eye of Wisdom. "No problem, Mr. Fool, I will convey it to my 2 friends." Audrey agreed without any hesitation. In her opinion, the Tarot Club assessing new members was very legitimate and necessary. After all, if the new members didn't even have the most basic execution ability, it would be difficult to ensure they could provide effective value in subsequent collaborations. As Mr. Fool announced the end of the gathering, all Tarot Club members, including the world, stood up in salute, then disappeared above the grey mist. Roger opened his eyes, returning to reality once again. He deliberately waited a moment before going downstairs, where he picked up the Backland Daily in the living room, which he hadn't had time to read yet. According to Mr. Eye of Wisdom, an announcement for a Beyonder gathering on Iron Gate Street could be found in this newspaper. Ernst Trading Company. Notice for purchasing goods like bran and butter. This time, Roger quickly found the GG that Mr. Eye of Wisdom had mentioned on the 5th page of the newspaper. It's only been 3 days, and there's another gathering already. This money is too easy to make. Roger muttered to himself, then immediately told Klein, who had just come out of his bedroom, about the news. "I plan to go to tomorrow's gathering and ask Mr. Apothecary if he has prepared my medicine." He was referring to the potion that aids bone fracture recovery. "I'm going too." Klein also indicated that he would join this gathering. He wanted to continue following up on the apothecary potion formula lead. After reaching a consensus, Roger returned to Tingen's dock to perform, while Klein took a short nap before heading out alone again. Backland, within a racecourse on the outskirts of Empress Borough. Audrey Hall, using the horse race as an opportunity, met with Arbiter Zio de Richa and Apprentice Force Wall again. She handed the prepared portrait of the young man to Hugh and said, "Help me find this person. I can offer 100 gold pounds for the cost. Of course, it's not out of the question that he is a Beyonder, so you only need to help me find clues, and you don't need to capture him alive." Since Mr. Fool only provided a portrait of the young man and did not specify whether he was a Beyonder, his pathway, or his sequence, Audrey specifically reminded them for Hugh and Force safety. Not a big problem. Arbiter Hugh pondered for a moment, then took the portrait and accepted the commission. Both she and Force looked very excited, as finding someone wasn't complicated, yet they could receive a reward of 100 gold pounds, which was no different from a pie falling from the sky. Miss Hall is truly a wealthy and good patron. Both Force and Hugh thought so. Very good. Audrey nodded, very satisfied with their attitude. She then inquired about clues regarding the psychology alchemists. "I recently joined a new Beyonder gathering. I heard that spectator and telepathist potion formulas have appeared there before, so I suspect there are members of the psychology alchemists inside. I'll follow up on it next time I attend the gathering, or I can just bring you along." Force replied. All right. Audrey replied happily. She had already determined that Force and Hugh were not lying through her telepathist insight. The next morning, Minsk Street 15. Roger's figure quickly materialized in the workshop, his face looking quite tired. Those Intis people are truly insane. Recalling his experiences from last night, Roger felt quite helpless. He went out and greeted Bandit, then went downstairs to the living room. Klein. Roger called Klein's name several times, but received no response. Gone out. He muttered to himself, then began to make breakfast on his own. Near noon, Klein opened the door. Yo, back already? Roger smiled at his roommate, then pointed towards the kitchen. There's still some red wine stewed veal in the pot. You can eat it if you're hungry. Thanks. Klein seemed a little distracted. He tossed a copy of the Daily Observer onto the table and pointed to a report on one of its pages. Look at this. Roger frowned. He took the newspaper and saw it was an investigative report by a journalist named Michael Joseph. The report detailed the background of a murdered woman whose internal organs had been removed, as well as the investigation conducted by Civilis Field, and so on. Including the previously murdered individuals, this was already the 11th victim. All victims had previously, either openly or secretly, engaged in fallen services. You took this case? Roger read the sentence aloud, then asked. Yes, but it's not an official investigative request. That journalist, Michael Joseph, is a friend of mine. He hopes I can go to, well, that kind of place where one of the victims worked, to do some investigation. Klein took a sip of beef broth and replied. I see. When do you plan to go? Roger naturally knew about this case. The last time he and Klein took a carriage back to Minsk Street, he had personally witnessed one of the victims. Tomorrow morning, I guess. It won't delay our Beyonder gathering tonight. Klein smiled. Of course, investigating such a place late at night, you might get beaten so badly your own mother wouldn't recognize you. That's true, and you might even accidentally become the person being investigated. Roger put down the newspaper, a teasing smile on his face. After Klein finished eating, the two of them gave Bandit some pointers on the various performance etiquette and ways to please an audience that a trickmaster needed to master, then took a hansom cab to the front of the Bravehearts bar on Iron Gate Street. No mistakes, one by one, 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 one by one. This time, they didn't buy tickets to the Beyonder gathering through Kaspers's channel. They just greeted him and Marek, then ordered some beer at normal prices and sat down to watch the boxing match on the stage. You wouldn't believe it, today at the club, a riding instructor wanted to compete with me in combat skills, and I subdued him with one move. Seeing the competition on stage, Klein said to Roger again. The club he referred to was one that Mrs. Mary Gale had specifically signed him up for to help him gather evidence when he took on her adultery investigation case last time. This was a genuine aristocratic club, with an annual fee of £50 for the first year, and the wealthy Mrs. Gale had paid this fee for Klein in one go. Afterward, Klein often went there in his leisure time to entertain himself with his newly made friends who had a certain financial foundation, and incidentally look for detective commission opportunities. And this serial murder investigation commission was one he received there. Yes, you're amazing. Teach me sometime, all right? Roger laughed and gave a thumbs up. He had already noticed that once Klein truly opened up, he often exhibited behaviors similar to a little boy showing off his combat prowess. But on the other hand, Roger genuinely hoped Klein would teach him combat skills. Even with the Dawn gauntlets, a weapon that could conjure a great sword, he was still just wildly flailing based on instinct, without any technique. No problem. Klein patted his chest. A while later, Roger checked his pocket watch, confirmed that it was almost time, and then went with Klein to the gathering place of Mr. Eye of Wisdom in the back alley, each putting on a mask. Thump thump thump, thump, thump. Roger recalled the details of the Ernst Trading Company's acquisition notice in the newspaper, and knocked on the wooden door according to the numbers within. Soon, a Beyonder they had seen before came and opened the door. Nodding to the other party, Roger and Klein stepped into the room and saw old Mr. Eye of Wisdom and Mr. Apothecary among others in the living room. Looks like we're still early. Klein smiled. The number of people present was fewer than last time. Yes, you are indeed punctual young men. Eye of Wisdom nodded again. He seemed to appreciate Klein and Roger's way of doing things. Hello, Mr. Apothecary. Roger sat opposite Mr. Apothecary, whose round face was half revealed, and asked, "Is my bone recovery potion ready?" "It's ready, it's ready." Apothecary took out a test tube containing dark red liquid from his person and handed it to Roger. "I still need to emphasize to you that this kind of potion is not my. Just tell me if this potion is effective." Roger raised an eyebrow, interrupting the other party's desire to expound on the effects of his true man potion, and instead asked about the bone recovery potion. The implication was, if the potion you gave me is useless, I might not pay you the final balance. Seeing Roger like this, Apothecary finally wilted. It is. This is just a piece of cake." Roger used fortune insight to observe his current luck, and finding no signs of being deceived, he nodded with satisfaction and paid the remaining 3 gold pounds to the other party. Seeing that their transaction was complete, Klein then asked the other party about finding the apothecary potion formula in Backland. I've already thought about what I need." Apothecary nodded and said, "I need the medullary crystal of Elven Spring. As long as you can bring this item, I will tell you the whereabouts of the potion formula you need. Of course, the value of these two is equivalent. The main ingredient for the Beast Tamer potion." Roger privately evaluated in his mind. "Deal." Klein nodded, agreeing to the transaction. Soon, more people gradually arrived at the gathering. Besides one new face, the rest were all old acquaintances. "By the way, young man." Eye of Wisdom looked at Roger. "That charm you sold last time, the one that can eliminate mental pollution, do you still have any?" Second update. 120 Clues to Human Trafficking. Chapter 120 Clues to Human Trafficking. You want more? Roger was also stunned, not expecting that in just 3 short days, Eye of Wisdom would bring this matter up again. "Yes. A friend of mine unfortunately suffered from contamination during a mission, and I was forced to use that charm." Eye of Wisdom took a deep breath, then continued. "To my surprise, the effect of that charm was astonishingly good. It almost instantly restored my friend to normal. God, I can't imagine what would have happened to him without that item." "A friend? Is he a police officer?" Roger thought to himself, knowing full well Eye of Wisdom's true identity. And upon hearing Eye of Wisdom's description, the other attendees also began to whisper among themselves. They naturally knew about the charm Roger had brought last time, which sold for a high price of £1,100, but they hadn't expected Eye of Wisdom to provide feedback on its use so quickly. In their opinion, this old gentleman's strength should be stronger than most people present, and the fact that he could describe the efficacy of that celestial body charm in such an exaggerated tone indicated that it indeed had an astonishing effect. Roger naturally took in such reactions, and he nodded. "To be honest with you, I still have some here, but not many left." What he said was also true. Last time, after selling that charm to Eye of Wisdom and returning home, he had prayed to German Sparrow again and made 2 new charms. Considering that he needed to keep 1 charm for self-defense and leave 1 for Klein, he only had 2 charms left to sell. "How many do you have left?" "I'll take them all." Upon hearing Eye of Wisdom's words, everyone present once again gasped. That was a charm worth £1,100 each. So rich. Even Roger thought to himself, suspecting that this purchase might not be Eye of Wisdom's personal action. However, he was not afraid of others discovering German Sparrow's existence through divination and reverse rituals. After all, this big clock was an existence even the mother goddess of depravity feared, and ordinary Beyonders simply couldn't detect this level. Even if they could barely detect it, they would instantly suffer a mental breakdown due to its noise. "I have 2 more, is that okay?" Roger asked tentatively. "Yes, give them all to me, same price as last time, right?" Eye of Wisdom was very straightforward. "Yes, £2,200 will do." Roger nodded, taking out 2 celestial sound charms and exchanging them for £2,200 in cash with Eye of Wisdom. It's so easy for Roger to make money. You really can't compare people. Klein's eyes went straight. He swallowed, recalling how he had worked tirelessly and risked various dangers just to earn £50. By the way, Elder Eye of Wisdom. Roger spoke again. These charms can only be used to clear mental pollution, but please remember not to use them for other purposes. You should have noticed when you used this item that its principle of action is high-frequency sound waves that can penetrate the human spirit body, and if this power is used improperly, you should be able to predict what consequences will occur. Roger didn't forget to remind him, fearing that someone might use the charm recklessly and cause unnecessary casualties. Of course, rest assured. Eye of Wisdom nodded. In fact, because Roger had stated that the celestial body charm had a certain probability of clearing sequence 4-level mental pollution, he wouldn't dare to take risky attempts with this mysterious charm even if he had 100 times more courage. Afterward, everyone exchanged more information. Roger confirmed various details about the bone recovery potion with the pharmacist, then left with Klein and took a hired carriage back to their home at Minsk Street 15. The next morning, Klein went out to accompany Michael Joseph to investigate the workplace of the fallen individual, while Roger went directly to the Backlund Medical College Hospital. Since DeVore Music Company did not have a rehearsal schedule for Roger, he naturally couldn't bring food for Alice at the company restaurant. However, this was exactly what he wanted on the way. Roger bought a small bowl of sweet and sour lemon-stewed eel and packed a portion of Feinapotta noodles. The reason he specially changed Alice's taste was because the sweet and sour flavor could perfectly cover the taste of the bone recovery potion. Yes, Roger had given Alice medicine, of course, this was for her health. After all, according to Alice's previous personality, she would most likely not rashly take unknown medicine given by an opposite-sex person she had only met twice. Soon, Roger arrived at Ward No. 2 of the orthopedics department and knocked on the door. "Come in." Alice's voice came from inside, and Roger immediately pushed the door open and walked in. Bonello. Unlike the last time she saw Roger when she was still a bit reserved, Alice was clearly much more relaxed this time. She showed surprise, enthusiastically got out of bed, and took the food Roger brought with one hand. "You look a bit better," Roger greeted with a smile. The Alice in front of him was much stronger, both in mood and physical condition, than last time. "Yes, it might be because I haven't thought about anything these past 2 days, just ate and slept, and gained a bit of weight." Alice agreed with Roger's statement, then added, "Of course, if you don't consider the hospital's terrible dining standards. So I brought you some more delicious food this time. Although I don't know what else you like to eat besides eel soup and Feinapotta noodles, I still took the liberty of improvising a bit." Roger smiled and pointed to the sweet and sour fish soup. "This is sweet and sour eel soup, with lemon and some herbs that are said to be both food and medicine, which have the effect of regenerating muscle and strengthening bones." He temporarily borrowed the concept of medicine and food homology from Chinese culture and concocted a set of words. "Herbs that are both food and medicine? What are those?" Alice was clearly quite intrigued by such a statement. "That's a saying from across the sea. Simply put, it can help the body recover." Roger bluffed, feeling a little guilty. But fortunately, perhaps because of the groundwork laid last time, Alice didn't take it seriously. "Thank you, I hope your words bring me good luck and I recover soon." She lowered her head and looked at her arm wrapped in bandages and plaster. "But no matter what, I won't make it to that performance." In Alice's opinion, there was only about a week left until the royal performance, and even if she rested well, it was unlikely that she would recover to a stage-ready level before the performance. "You have to believe in your luck." Roger made a fist gesture, encouraging her. Afterward, he chatted with Alice for a while about daily life. The latter seemed to have been cooped up in the hospital and talked a lot more, even telling Roger about Lampard's death in early July this year. Roger naturally comforted her, while feeling a little surprised. He hadn't expected her to reveal so much information so quickly. But then he thought it was normal. After all, this girl was alone in Backlund, with no relatives, and finally had a friend from the same region, so she would naturally say a few more words. Finally, Roger, citing that he had some things to do in the afternoon, said goodbye to Alice first and left the hospital. After all, if he continued to chat with Alice in her rambling, food-neglecting state, his biggest purpose for this visit would be in vain. Sherwood Borough, Hope Road 19. Klein stood inside the Golden Rose, the best legal establishment for fallen women in Sherwood Borough, somewhat annoyed as he watched the beautiful women coming and going around him. This Michael, he said he came to investigate Sybil's social circle, but how did he get lost himself first? Just a short while ago, Michael Joseph, a reporter from the Daily Observer and Klein's employer and friend, had called him here, saying he wanted to investigate a 16-year-old victim of a serial murder case, and then he disappeared. Just as Klein was hesitating whether to leave alone, Michael reappeared. Too expensive. Klein's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but inwardly criticize Michael's true purpose for coming here. Every single one of them is perfect. But that girl does know Sybil. Michael finally returned to the main topic, but it seems that because the boss here forbids discussing Sybil's murder, she wasn't willing to say too much. So what do you want to do now? Klein sighed. It's simple, I'll go directly to their boss. Michael smiled and walked towards the charming, heavily made-up lady sitting on a sofa in the corner of the ballroom. That was Madame Lopez, the boss of the Golden Rose. Hello, sir, I am Lopez, the owner here. Which lady has caught your eye? Lopez asked with a somewhat flirtatious demeanor. Madame Lopez, I have a soft spot for you. Michael blinked. This action made Klein feel a chill again, but fortunately, Lopez shook her head and refused Michael's invitation due to feeling unwell. Seeing that there was no opportunity for a private conversation, Michael, as if possessed, directly pulled out his press card and revealed his identity. Upon seeing this, Lopez immediately became wary, claiming that she had already told the police everything, that Sybil was a homeless child she had adopted, and stated that she knew nothing. Then she called for her thugs, and Klein immediately stood in front of Michael Joseph, escorting him to a safe exit at the back. It seems the lead is broken. Michael sighed. No, she's lying. Klein corrected him, then he used the micro-expressions and gestures of Madame Lopez that he had observed to elaborate on his point, leaving Michael stunned. But these words rekindled Michael's hope. He suggested that he wanted to follow Madame Lopez and asked Klein if he could provide protection. Of course, with extra pay. The great detective Sherlock Moriarty's lips curled up, taking the opportunity to extort his employer again. Then Klein covered Michael, taking down a few bodyguards. The two then overheard Lopez's conversation and learned that she was trying to tell a man named Caping to not send anyone over recently. This information gave Michael a new direction for investigation. Before more thugs arrived, Michael pulled Klein and fled. After seeing Michael off into a carriage, a middle-aged man with a black overcoat, graying temples, blue eyes, and a thin face suddenly emerged from the Golden Rose. He walked directly to Klein and nodded at him. Hello, I am Detective Isengard Stanton, assisting the police with this case. Can we talk? Did he just see my actions? Klein deduced inwardly, his expression unchanged. On the other hand, this detective named Isengard Stanton gave him a vague sense of familiarity, but Klein couldn't pinpoint where he had seen him before. Afterward, Isinger took Klein to the carriage he had hired and, for a price of £2, had Klein recount what he had seen and heard. Klein thus learned that the man named Caping was a wealthy man in Backland, rumored to often abduct innocent young girls from the local streets and then sell them into places like the Golden Rose. But considering that Roger had previously mentioned in the Tarot Club that he was investigating human trafficking in Backland, this information took on a different meaning in Klein's ears. He decided to return home early and subtly inform Roger of what he had learned, hoping it might pique his roommate's interest. Of course, along the way, he didn't forget to go to Braveheart's bar to find Casper's, hoping to see Marek again to place a new commission with Bodyguard Miss. However, to his regret, Casper's told Klein that Marek had not appeared, so Klein could only change direction and take a carriage back to his home at Minsk Street 15. Just as Klein was taking out his key, the door suddenly opened from the inside. Oh, Bandit. You can open the door. How did you know it was me? Klein saw his tabby cat jump down from the doorknob and asked, somewhat surprised. I've known for a while. I can distinguish the sound of you taking out your key. Bandit seemed quite proud, and it winked at Klein in a very human-like manner. Is Roger home? Klein asked while taking off his coat. Just got home. If you came back any later, You would have missed the seafood feast I bought. Roger's voice came from the direction of the dining room. Seafood feast? Klein paused at the words. He quickly walked to the dining room and indeed saw Roger disassembling a huge lobster. The former couldn't help but swallow and sat down opposite Roger. This is already disassembled. There are also crabs over there, you can go get them yourself. Roger pointed to another bag. Klein immediately reacted, took the crabs, and began to eat. By the way, Roger, today when I was investigating that serial murder case, I met a detective. He recounted his encounter with Isengard Stanton to Roger. The latter listened quietly, then suddenly spoke out of the blue. From your description, I feel that this Detective Stanton resembles someone. Who? Actually, I also have that sense of déjà vu. Klein immediately became curious. Eye of wisdom. Roger put a mouthful of lobster meat into his mouth and replied indistinctly. End of today. Chapter 121 Explorer Father. Isengard Stanton is the Eye of Wisdom? Klein was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted. Yes, although his appearance was disguised at the gathering, his tone of voice and subconscious habits wouldn't change. On the other hand, the spiritual light around Isengard Stanton remained a rational blue and a purple symbolizing spiritual dominance. This is indeed very similar to the characteristics of the reader pathway you mentioned. Because the Eye of Wisdom had previously revealed his affiliation with the Knowledge Church through the explanation of Tuj 081, it was easy for Klein to make the connection. Roger nodded slightly. Exactly. In fact, detective work also perfectly aligns with the acting requirements of the reader pathway. Perhaps organizing Beyonder gatherings is one of his ways to develop informants and acquire intelligence. Then his tone carried a hint of disgust. That wealthy man named Caping truly deserves to die. Abducting and trafficking young girls, forcing them into prostitution, he should really be killed. As a well-educated Chinese person who transmigrated from modern society to the world of mysteries, Roger, like Klein, hated things like forcing innocent people into prostitution and human trafficking. This was also one of the underlying reasons why he was determined to investigate the Backlund human trafficking incident. Yes, he certainly deserves to be killed. Seeing that he had successfully made Roger aware of the existence of the Caping lead, Klein inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, Roger had been looking for an entry point to investigate the slave trade earlier, but had momentarily overlooked the Caping lead. It's important to note that while human trafficking has subfields due to differences in its targets, it shares many common resources and channels. This includes, but is not limited to, protection, transit channels, and the common circle of behind-the-scenes financiers. In fact, the original work also had many clues pointing to the relationship between the two, so in Roger's opinion, Caping was indeed a lead worth investigating. East District, Daravee Street, inside a small pub. The short Zio Doricha finally managed to squeeze to the bar using her arbiter ability, found her friend, the intelligence peddler Williams, handed him the sketch of the young man provided by Miss Audrey Hall, and offered £10 for relevant information. Williams naturally had no objections. After all, Hugh was quite generous this time, and there was no reason for him not to do the work. That's good. Hugh nodded and began to walk out. But as expected, those annoying drunkards once again blocked her path, and some even started pushing and arguing, making it impossible for Hugh to move. Stop. Hugh raised her voice, using the arbiter Beyonder ability to awe the scene. The drunkards immediately squatted down or sat down, covering their heads, clearing a path for Hugh. It's a good thing I'm an arbiter. When I become a sheriff, it shouldn't be so troublesome. The short lady quickly left, feeling fortunate in her heart. The next 2 days passed peacefully. Klein went to the club to discuss the follow-up of the serial murder case with Michael Joseph, and also took the time to invite lawyer Jürgen to the home of the inventor Leopard in St. George District to inspect the bicycle product he had invented. Klein was very satisfied with the product. On one hand, he signed an agreement for additional investment with Leopard, and on the other hand, he expressed some expectations for the mass production of bicycles. Leopard accepted all these suggestions. The only issue was that he disagreed with the naming scheme of bicycle, instead insisting on continuing to use the more common name pedal bike. Klein didn't dwell on this. For him, as long as it could make money, nothing else mattered. Meanwhile, Roger went to Devore Music Company for rehearsal on Friday morning, but to his surprise, he actually saw Alice outside the rehearsal hall. The female singer from Tingen City was saying something to Mr. Jack Jeffrey. From the latter's expression, he seemed quite worried, even trying his best to dissuade Alice. "Good morning, Mr. Jeffrey." Roger walked over to greet him, then feigned a look of surprise at Alice. "Alice, why are you here? Is your arm okay now?" Upon seeing Roger, Alice immediately broke into a brilliant smile. "I'm already well. Benello, that dietary soup you brought really worked. The night I finished it, I felt my arm was much better, and I could move it freely the next day. Originally, the doctor didn't believe me and strongly insisted that I stay in the hospital for a while longer. But when I lifted the ward chair with my arm in front of him, he was immediately shocked. Fortunately, he didn't seem to be a stubborn person. After carefully evaluating my arm, he discharged me yesterday." Alice chattered on, glancing at Mr. Jeffrey. "This pharmacist's bone recovery potion is truly amazing. Mr. Jeffrey, I think Alice is fine now." Roger mused inwardly while also helping Alice make her case, as he had already seen that Jeffrey was unwilling to risk letting Alice perform. "Since even the doctor said there's no problem, I think she should return to the troupe. After all, you haven't been very satisfied with Miss Angie's performance, have you?" Angie was an actress Jeffrey temporarily brought in from the second line to replace Alice, but compared to Alice, she was clearly not up to the task of performing stage plays for the royal family. After a brief struggle, Mr. Jeffrey was finally persuaded by Roger. "All right, as long as you think it's okay, I don't mind." It must be said that this head of performance department still valued his employees' health very much, which was quite different from most merchants in Backland. "Thank you, Mr. Jeffrey." Miss Alice immediately expressed her gratitude to Jeffrey, and then, taking advantage of him turning away, excitedly tugged Roger's arm. Afterward, the rehearsal proceeded as usual. Although Alice had been hospitalized for a period and her rehearsal progress had fallen behind, it must be said that her ability was indeed very strong. After several rounds of adjustments and practice, she had basically caught up to the latest progress. After the performance, Alice proactively sought out Roger. "Benello, are you free later? I'd like to invite you to my home for a meal as a thank you." Her sincere tone contained gratitude. "My pleasure." Roger took off his wide-brimmed fedora and responded with a smile. He knew this was a sign that Alice had truly let down her guard around him. After all, a single woman inviting a man to her home was not that simple. Soon, the two took a hansom cab and arrived at Caledonian Road, also located in Hillston District. This area is at the junction of Sherwood Borough and Empress Borough. Although it is not as prosperous as Empress Borough, it offers convenient living and the housing prices are not too high. Most importantly, it's only a corner away from the steam train station, a mere 10-minute walk. Miss Alice lived in a 2-story terraced house with a dark blue roof. She took out her key, opened the door, and invited Roger inside. "Sorry, it's a bit messy. I just got home and haven't had time to clean yet," Alice said, wiping a slightly dusty tabletop, then looked at Roger. "Would you like black tea, Dixie coffee, or red wine?" "Coffee is fine, black, no sugar," Roger replied with a smile. Then, after getting Alice's permission, he toured her residence. The furnishings here were somewhat similar to Minsk Street 15, but the difference was that the layout was smaller, with only 2 bedrooms and 1 washroom on 2 floors. In addition, there was a room that seemed to have originally been a bedroom but was converted into a study. From this, Roger could tell that the original owners should have been a family of 3 or 4, and at least one of the male or female heads of the household should have been engaged in knowledge or technical work. And similar to Minsk Street, there was a glass sunroom on the 2nd floor here. This design seemed quite popular in Backland's middle-class properties. Roger guessed this might be a design to maximize sunlight and natural light, considering Backland's perennial smog or rainy weather. "Nice house." Roger came down from the 2nd floor and praised. Alice placed a cup of Dixie coffee on the table and said with a smile, Although this place is much smaller than my old home in Tingen City, it's still quite cozy living alone. I'm even considering getting a cat, so at least I'll have some company." Yes, according to Klein, your home in Tingen was indeed very large. Roger recalled the scenes his roommate described after his dream divination, and replied, "You like cats too? Actually, I have a tabby cat named Bandit. He often came with me when I performed at the No Man's Island pub." He deliberately used the masculine third-person pronoun he to indicate Bandit's gender. Afterward, Roger chatted with Alice about raising cats while helping her prepare lunch. Compared to Klein, Roger's cooking skills were slightly inferior, but after all, he was from the land of great foodies, so anything he made was better than Alice, a pure loonies. After they had eaten their fill, Roger finally found an opportunity to ask the question he was concerned about. "By the way, Alice, what do your parents do?" Alice replied upon hearing this. "My mother is a grammar teacher at a middle school. As for my father, like my grandfather, he's an explorer." At this point, she sighed. "He often travels in various countries, only returning about once every 6 months. Then he brings back some strange gifts for Lampard and me. We never knew what he did outside. Usually, my mother raised us. Finally, my mother fell ill from overwork and was hospitalized with a serious illness, and only then did he return for a longer period. After my mother passed away, he disappeared again and never returned, not even when Lampard passed away. First update, more to come later. 122 A little bit of kindness, a lot of hatred. Chapter 122, a little help, a lot of revenge. An explorer? Traveling everywhere? As a direct descendant of the Abraham family, Roger immediately realized something from this description. That is, Alice and Lampard's father was very likely a Sequence 5 traveler, and their grandfather was likely also a traveler, who, after his demise, left his Beyonder characteristic to his son, Alice's father. At this point, Roger was able to fully confirm one thing. That is, the Iman family should be an apprentice family that had once received guidance from the Abrahams. This was enough to explain why they could advance to Sequence 6 and even Sequence 5 without going mad. And this also meant that Lampard very likely had an item related to Mr. Dorr. Alice. Roger took a sip of red wine. "Regarding your sleepwalking, have your mother and brother ever said anything about it?" Alice lowered her head, recalled for a moment, and then answered with certainty. "At first, I went to see a doctor, but after my father returned once, my family stopped taking me to see a doctor. I once asked Lampard, and he only told me that it was a family inheritance, but the problem is that I have never noticed Lampard having similar issues. To be honest, this sleepwalking really bothers me. Ever since my arm was injured, I worry every day that I might run out into the street in the middle of the night and be killed or fall into the water. If someone can cure my illness, I am willing to pay any price." Roger quietly listened to her concerns, pondered for a moment, evaluated it in his mind, and then spoke with his pre-prepared words. "Alice, I suspect we have the same ancestor." "The same ancestor? What does that mean?" Alice was startled by his words. For a moment, she suspected she had misheard. Roger nodded and continued to mislead her along the predetermined path. "Yes, in fact, my family situation is very similar to yours, and we also have hereditary sleepwalking. But we have a special potion that can cure it. Yes, it's not a prescription given to me by a doctor. Forgive me for not telling you the truth last time. Because it involves a family secret, I needed to understand you more before deciding whether to offer help." Alice nodded. "I understand." But she also consciously did not press for what the secret was, only a clear expectation appeared in her eyes. Roger gently nodded and spoke again. "I can give you this potion, but you must keep it absolutely secret. As long as it can cure my illness, no problem." Since the words were already said, Alice no longer hesitated. She nodded firmly. "Then, you need to swear to the goddess that you will not reveal this secret to others without my permission. Similarly, I will also swear that this potion will not harm you. Afterward, we will also sign a confidentiality agreement, and once that is done, I can give you the potion." Roger's expression was quite serious. "Okay." Alice nodded. Then, their left hands clasped tightly together, and they each spoke their vows to the goddess. Afterward, Roger took out a contract from his backpack, which contained various confidentiality clauses. In fact, compared to swearing to the goddess, which was a formalized act to gain Alice's trust, the subsequent contract was the real main event. From a legal perspective, this contract was actually ineffective because the confidential content it stipulated involved beyonder matters. But Roger had already used the ritual magic of summoning his inner unifier of all things' pollution beforehand to imbue this contract with a certain degree of immortality. This tiny bit of immortality gave the contract an effect similar to a notary's contract, but stronger, making it impossible for even high sequences to violate it. Of course, to prevent Alice from repeating the betrayal her ancestors had once committed, Roger also added some borderline clauses to the contract, such as the person who teaches the formula must be respected, to constrain Alice's behavior from multiple angles. As expected, after Alice reviewed and signed the contract, she immediately felt a vague sense of restraint. But when she tried to discern what that feeling was, there was no feedback whatsoever. Roger smiled, stood up, and said, "I need a clean cooking utensil." "I have one, I'll get it for you." Alice immediately retrieved a brand new soup pot for Roger, which she hadn't used since she bought it. Roger touched the inner wall of the soup pot and nodded with satisfaction. Then, he took out purified water and other pre-prepared auxiliary materials from his backpack, adding them to the pot one by one and boiling them. After everything was ready, Roger added a jelly-like apprentice beyonder characteristic to it. The liquid, which was originally distinctly fluid in texture, suddenly became viscous. Roger turned off the fire and handed the pale green potion to Alice. "Drink it all at once, then follow my instructions." Alice sniffed the potion, which emitted a peculiar smell, and drank it in one gulp. Instantly, she began to feel illusory voices appearing in her ears, and various strange colors emerged before her eyes. Just as the unease in her heart reached its peak, she suddenly heard Roger's voice. "Now sit cross-legged and begin to outline a simple object you've seen in reality before your eyes." He guided Alice through the meditation using the same method he had previously taught Bandit, and only after confirming that she had reigned in the potion's power did he let her open her eyes. "How is it? Do you feel any different?" Roger smiled. He knew that ordinary people would automatically gain knowledge related to their beyonder abilities after consuming a potion and becoming a beyonder. At this moment, Alice's eyes still flickered with a mix of surprise and uncertainty, and she seemed to want to speak but hesitated. After a while, Alice tried to stand up and walked towards her bedroom. The next moment, she walked straight through the wall, then opened the door from the inside. "This." Alice's eyes were filled with shock. "Congratulations, you are an apprentice." Roger stood up and explained in detail to Alice the possible origins of the Aman family, and told her that what she exhibited during her sleepwalking was precisely the ability of an apprentice. With the constraint of the contract, Roger was not worried that she would leak these matters. In a sense, Alice was now Roger's most loyal apprentice. But to Roger's surprise, Alice did not show much astonishment after learning that she was a natural semi-beyonder. Instead, after a brief recollection, she said, "In fact, I had long suspected that I had some special ability, but Lampard kept telling me you are normal, so over time, I forgot about these. Also, I am very sorry for what your ancestors suffered." Alice felt a bit guilty. She had never imagined that her ancestors might have betrayed Roger's ancestors. "It's okay." Roger shook his head. After thinking for a while, he still did not inquire about any potential apprentice-sealed artifacts in Alice's family. He could sense that Alice's feelings towards him were quite complex. On one hand, this was probably because he had not revealed the full truth before she consumed the potion, making Alice feel like she had been tricked. But on the other hand, she also clearly showed gratitude and excitement. After all, suddenly becoming a beyonder was indeed something new and extraordinary. In response to this situation, Roger reminded her, "You must remember that the path of a beyonder is actually very dangerous. This danger is not just from the potion itself. For the Church, wild beyonders are also a sensitive issue. So, unless necessary, you should try to avoid revealing your beyonder identity to others. If you have any questions about potions in the future, you can ask me. I don't mind being your teacher." Currently, he did not intend to tell Alice about the acting method. He only tried to establish a general mentor-apprentice relationship with her first, and then he could tell her more knowledge based on Alice's performance. At that time, he would tell the other party the information that acting is merely acting. After all, becoming a Beyonder without paying any price was a huge opportunity for ordinary people. There is an old Chinese saying, "A handful of rice brings gratitude, a bushel of rice brings enmity." Therefore, for future potion formulas and knowledge, Alice would need to accumulate contributions to obtain them from Roger. The trust between both parties required a process. This was true for Roger, and it was also true for Alice. Otherwise, Roger would most likely be unable to obtain information about the sealed artifact from her. "Yes, teacher." No mistakes, one by one. Alice's lips curved upwards as she answered. Her attitude is quite proper. Roger nodded with satisfaction. He stood up and used the traveler dice, disappearing from his spot. His luck was currently on the rise, so he didn't need the life-betting revolver for assistance. Faced with the means Roger deliberately displayed, Alice was momentarily stunned. At this moment, she suddenly understood why her father could always come and go invisibly, traveling everywhere. A few seconds later, Roger, having initially achieved his goal, quickly materialized in the second-floor workshop at Minsk Street 15. It was now 3 in the afternoon. He went downstairs and happened to run into his roommate, Klein Moretti. Klein seemed to be waiting for Roger. Upon seeing the latter return, Klein first greeted him, then somewhat awkwardly said, "Oh right, Roger, can I borrow your traveler dice for a moment?" "Sure, here you go." Roger didn't even ask what Klein wanted to do, because he could guess the reason with his eyes closed. Ever since he had visited Melissa on Klein's behalf last time, Klein had been restless. This was understandable. After all, Roger hadn't given him a chance to see his family again when he took him away from Tingen City, so this wish had to be fulfilled. "Oh right, Melissa said that Dunn Smith and the others are doing well." Roger blinked. This was to remind Klein not to try to appear in the Nighthawk site. With that, he also tossed Benjamin's gloves to Klein. "Also, take this, it'll be convenient for making a quick getaway." "Of course, thank you." Klein took a deep breath and thanked him sincerely. He put on the mask he had obtained from Casper's, then confirmed his luck with a crystal pendulum before throwing the traveler dice. The next second, Klein disappeared from his spot. Roger chuckled. He wasn't worried that Klein would get lost in the spirit world. After all, he was a seer who wielded the Sapphira Castle. As long as Klein didn't encounter someone who countered his abilities, it would be difficult for him to die. East Borough, Backland, in front of a factory. A man wearing a deerstalker hat stood at the street corner, playing cards with a few men who looked like workers on a square stone pillar. This man was Williams, Zio de Reach's friend. At this moment, he stared at the cards in his hand, trying to suppress the urge to smile. They were 3 kings and 2 aces. "It's really not easy for my luck to turn around. I actually got a full house." Williams felt a little excited. He quickly glanced around at his temporary card buddies. "The more I play, the worse my luck gets. I give up." After a moment, a worker grumbled and threw down his cards, indicating that he was quitting the game. "I won't show my cards." "What about you, James?" Williams looked at another middle-aged man in a blue worker's uniform. "I won't show either." The other 2 men also chose not to show, which made Williams inwardly rejoice. After 2 more rounds, the 2 men besides Williams and James couldn't withstand the pressure and folded. "It's just you and me, Williams. How about we go all in?" James blinked and looked at Williams. "Okay." Williams nodded, then threw out his cards with an unstoppable momentum. "Full house," he shouted loudly, looking expectantly at James. However, James was not intimidated as he had expected. Instead, he smiled slightly and revealed his cards. They were 4 2s and a 5. "Sorry, mine is 4 of a kind, higher than yours." James's smile held an apology. "Damn it, I'm not playing anymore." Williams cursed loudly and shook his head in disappointment. At this moment, he suddenly saw a person walking from the opposite street corner. It was a thin young man with white oak-colored hair and a black baseball cap. In stark contrast to his ordinary appearance, the young man's eyes had deep red pupils. Williams's heart stirred, because he recognized at a glance that the young man across the street looked exactly like the portrait Theodorica had given him. "Everyone, I'm not playing anymore today, I have something to do." Seeing the red-eyed young man enter the abandoned factory with a half-open door, Williams no longer hesitated. He immediately bid farewell to the workers, then feigned casualness by putting his hands in his pockets, but his steps quickened as he walked towards the factory across the street. Second update, more coming soon. Chapter 123 Fire Crow. The warehouse was unlit and very dark. Only the light filtering through the narrow windows high above allowed Williams to barely make out the path ahead. He bent down and tiptoed around the piles of discarded wooden crates, closely following the slender youth's footsteps. Soon, Williams saw the youth open a door at the very back of the warehouse and walk out. Not good. His heart tightened, and he quickly stepped forward, just barely managing to stop the door with his hand before it closed. Williams quickly glanced outside, and only after confirming that the youth had turned the corner in the distance, did he release the door, letting it close with a thud. This process was very quick. Williams roughly estimated that the other party should not be able to determine if he was being followed by the duration of the door closing. This put his mind at ease, and he continued to follow. Soon, he heard a man speaking in a hoarse voice. "Bakerland, that idiot, actually died. That alone would be fine, but the military attaché the embassy was preparing to replace him with was also killed. This has really caused us, the Zmanga gang, a lot of trouble." Zmanga gang? The Highland People's gang organized in the East District. Bakerland should be the Inti's ambassador who was just assassinated by the Aurora Order. What is their relationship? Williams, who had long been active in Bakerland's East District, naturally knew about the Zmanga gang, but he had not expected them to be colluding with the Inti's people. According to Hoarse Voice, Bakerland's death must have implicated the Zmanga gang. "Don't worry, you still have us, your allies. After all, the Zmanga gang originally split off from us." This time, a younger-sounding voice spoke, with a clear hint of amusement. Hoarse Voice was silent for a moment. He seemed to have caught the inviting tone in the youth's voice, then sighed. "Tell me, what do you need us to do?" The youth's voice spoke again. "Very good. As we discussed before, you need to start from the East District and incite the working class's dissatisfaction with minimum working hours and occupational diseases as much as possible, urging them to take to the streets to protest. Of course, you don't have to worry about the police using violent suppression against them. They don't dare to do that. In fact, according to what we've learned, there are quite a few people within the kingdom's high echelons who are also dissatisfied with air pollution, and they will definitely use this opportunity to achieve their goals." "What if it fails?" Hoarse Voice fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, then spoke again with unease. "It won't fail. This time, we have the support of a certain strong person," the youth replied. "A strong person? How strong?" Hoarse Voice pressed. "I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, but he won't be much weaker than our vice president," the youth replied. "All right, since you say so, I'm relieved." The tone of the Hoarse Voice, who was clearly from the Zmanga gang, softened a few points. Immediately, Williams heard footsteps approaching him again. He immediately retreated, pulled open the door, then took a deep breath and began to run desperately back the way he came. Within a few seconds, Williams heard the sound of the door closing behind him. "Who's there? Stop!" Williams immediately heard a shout, and even the sound of gunshots came from behind him. "Shit!" Williams's expression changed drastically. He narrowly ducked to avoid a stray bullet. However, just as he was about to turn right, he suddenly saw a strange scene. It was a crow emitting a fiery red glow, lightly landing on his escape route. The next second, the fiery crow exploded. The shockwave from the violent explosion sent Williams flying in the opposite direction, and the scorching heat almost singed his hair and eyebrows. "What is this?" Williams only felt like he had hit a wall. He never expected the other party to be able to use such a strange ability. Could it be a Beyonder? As an intelligence peddler who had long been active in the underground society, Williams had naturally heard of the existence of Beyonders. He had also tried to become one of them, but unfortunately, he could never save enough money to buy those expensive potion formulas. Williams struggled to suppress the pain and tried to stand up, But then he saw the scene he least wanted to see. Another fiery crow lightly landed on the ground in front of him. The crow raised its head, looked at Williams, and gently flapped its wings. Boom! Williams had no time to react before he was engulfed by the scorching heat. 3 hours later, Theodorica, with her hat brim pulled low and her coat collar raised high, arrived at the warehouse emitting thick smoke, her hands in her pockets. An hour ago, a mutual informant she and Williams knew told her that Williams might have run into trouble in the East District, which was why she rushed over. Hugh bit her lip, broke through the police cordon, and rushed to the warehouse entrance. Just then, she saw a charred body being carried out of the warehouse. Williams. Through the boots, Hugh recognized her friend at a glance. She truly couldn't understand why merely tracking a seemingly ordinary youth would cost Williams his life. Could it be a Beyonder? This conjecture quickly surfaced in Hugh's mind. Seeing Hugh break through, a police officer immediately stopped her. "What are you doing?" Hugh strained to stand on her tiptoes, turned sideways, and took a few more glances at William's body. "Sorry, I mistook him for someone else. My brother works nearby, and I thought something had happened to him." These words initially sounded unconvincing, but the police officer nodded somewhat blankly, seemingly convinced by Hugh's explanation. "All right." Hugh turned and quickly left the scene, but tears welled up in her eyes. "I must avenge Williams," she thought to herself, then added. "This matter also needs to be told to Miss Hall. After all, it was her commission, and she needs to bear some responsibility for it. If she can use her own power to find the person who killed Williams." Hugh gritted her teeth, pulled her hat brim down a bit further, and quickly entered a hidden, deserted alley. No mistakes, one sentence at a time, one character at a time, one content at a time. Around 7 in the evening, Klein's figure quickly materialized in Roger's studio. "Phew. I almost got discovered by Melissa." Klein let out a long breath. He had just been wearing a mask, mingling in the circus parade, and saw Benson and Melissa with him across the street. This fulfilled one of his greatest wishes. "All that's left is to catch in Zangwill." He muttered to himself, took off Benjamin's gloves, took out the traveler dice, placed them on the table, then turned to leave Roger's workspace. However, at this moment, a faint prayer sound reached Klein's ears. This made Klein slightly startled. He frowned and quickly scanned Roger's messy herbs, essential oils, and Beyonder items, then decided not to perform the transfer ritual here. He opened the door and went directly to his own washroom downstairs, then walked 4 steps counterclockwise, arriving above the grey mist. "It's Ms. Justice." At this moment, the crimson star representing Audrey Hall was continuously emitting prayer fluctuations. Klein gently tapped it and saw the familiar figure, wearing a dress he didn't recognize, kneeling on the ground in prayer. "Respected Mr. Fool, the investigator I commissioned through a friend was killed in the East District." Klein's heart sank when he heard this. Killed? He listened carefully to Audrey's description of the warehouse location and committed it to memory. "There are also dangers there that are unfavorable to me." Using the grey mist, Klein tossed a coin and caught it. It landed on the tails side, representing negative. No danger. Klein used divination to confirm that there were no ambushes set by enemies at the scene, only then preparing to go out. "What's wrong?" Klein, in such a hurry. Roger had heard Klein open his studio door earlier and specifically checked, then came downstairs to find him. "Yes, one of my informants got into trouble," Klein said concisely. He didn't want Roger to know too much. Although Mr. Wheel of Fortune hadn't personally seen the portrait he transmitted to MS. Justice, this matter would inevitably be brought up at the Tarot Club later. "I'll go with you." As expected, Roger said. "No need, you stay home and watch the house. I'm afraid someone might cause trouble." Klein found an excuse to refuse Roger's suggestion. "All right, be careful." Seeing Klein say this, Roger could only nod. He looked through the window and saw Klein hail a hansom cab by the roadside, then put on the Wanderer's mask, transforming his appearance and height into that of an ordinary dockworker. Then Roger quickly changed into some shabby clothes and arrived on Minsk Street. Soon, he also hailed a hansom cab and, under the cabbie's somewhat strange gaze, handed him a £1 note, saying, "Follow the car in front, and don't make a sound." Since he had received the money, the cabbie no longer bothered about the passenger's appearance and straightforwardly pulled his carriage to follow Klein's. As for whether Klein would use divination to determine if he was following him, Roger wasn't worried. After all, a Sequence 7 show-off's anti-divination ability was no joke. About half an hour later, the hansom cabs carrying Klein and Roger stopped one after another, separated by a street corner. "This is it." Klein glanced at the warehouse across the street, which was already largely burned down, and quickly crossed the road. "Today's work is done. Happy weekend, everyone." 124 Iron Cross. Chapter 124 Iron Blood Cross. Although Williams had been dead for some time, making a seance unlikely, fortunately, some of his uncleaned body tissues remained at the scene, giving Klein an opportunity to perform dream divination. "Who are you?" Seeing Klein enter, the Civilas Field police officer, who was wrapping up evidence collection at the scene, immediately stopped him. "My name is Moriarty, a friend of Detective Isengard Stanton." Klein answered very naturally. In fact, after he figured out that Detective E. Isinger was the Eye of Wisdom old gentleman who organized underground Beyonder gatherings, he immediately thought of using the other party's identity to enter the scene of some cases. Since E. Isinger directly served Civilas Field and often worked at the grassroots level, Klein believed that many police officers should know him. As for whether E. Isinger would be dissatisfied afterward and prompt the police to list him as a suspicious person, Klein was not worried at all. After all, as an Beyonder skilled in reasoning, E. Isinger could easily establish an insufficient connection between Klein's apparent use of his name for activities and the latter's knowledge of his true nature as an Beyonder. This would instead cause the other party to be constrained and fall into "how much does Moriarty really know?" suspicion. As a result, E. Isinger was very likely to further contact Klein privately, rather than publicly commenting on the latter's actions. Sure enough, upon hearing Klein say that he was a friend of Isengard Stanton, the police officer opposite paused slightly but did not continue to block him. "Don't damage the scene, don't make trouble," he instructed. "Thank you." Klein nodded gratefully, professionally put on a mask and a pair of white gloves, and then entered the scene. Williams' bloodstains, Williams' bloodstains. Soon, Klein, relying on his spiritual intuition, found a semi-dried but not yet fully congealed bloodstain on a metal bracket at the bottom of a wooden box. "This is it." His heart stirred, and he immediately used his glove to collect the bloodstain as evidence, then placed it in a pre-prepared evidence bag. Considering that blood is one of the strongest existences in a person's body in terms of its mystical connection, just this small amount of blood was enough for Klein to perform dream divination. Klein put away the evidence, thanked the police officer at the scene again, and then entered a small restaurant next door, temporarily borrowed the washroom, and then walked 4 steps backward to above the grey fog. The scene seen by the deceased before his death. As soon as Roger saw Klein enter the restaurant, he no longer concealed himself but quickly stepped out. Because he had heard Klein assign the task of Force and Hugh joining the Tarot Club to Ms. Justice at the Tarot Club last time, he had already guessed that this task was likely related to Nsangwil. This was also the reason why he insisted on following, despite Klein's dissuasion. Although Nsangwil no longer had 0-08 at present, he was still an object played with and manipulated by various parties, just like in the original work, so many clues could be found through his trajectory of behavior. There are traces of burning and explosion. Is this a pyromaniac? Roger, familiar with the characteristics of the 22 pathways, immediately saw the trick at the scene. Pyromaniac is Sequence 7 of the Hunter pathway, and there are actually not too many Beyonder who can advance to Sequence 7 among the populace, unless there is an organization that masters this pathway. Roger first thought of the Intis-related groups associated with Bakerland, including the Zmanga gang and that group of people. From the current information, many of them are Beyonder of the Hunter pathway, even the first-class military attaché who was about to replace Bakerland and become the new intelligence chief, whom Roger killed in the Intis embassy, was also a Sequence 8 provoker of the Hunter pathway. Secondly, there was the Iron and Blood Cross Order, which, like the Aurora Order, believed in the true creator and mastered the Hunter pathway. Because Roger had previously found the Blood Crimson brooch in Bakerland's safe, an artifact clearly corresponding to the Sequence 5 Reaper of the Hunter Pathway. Roger had reason to believe that Bakerland, and even Intiz's overseas agencies in Lun, had an unclear connection with the Iron and Blood Cross Order. Roger took out a coin and then murmured to himself, "This explosion and murder case is related to the Iron and Blood Cross Order." After silently repeating this divination target 7 times, Roger tossed the coin. What appeared in his hand was the king's head. Indeed. Roger nodded secretly. He did not try to use the power of Unifier of all things to obtain more information. Firstly, it was not cost-effective, and secondly, he saw that Klein had already walked out of the small restaurant next door, apparently having completed the dream divination. Roger could try to obtain some detailed information from Klein after he returned to Minsk Street 15, but since the former had already confirmed that the culprit was the Iron and Blood Cross Order, it was harmless even if Klein did not speak. Now the only question is, why would Ince collude with the Iron and Blood Cross Order? While thinking, Roger used the life-betting revolver and the Traveller dice to return to Minsk Street 15 before Klein. However, he waited for a long time without Klein returning, and only then did Roger realize and find the Backlund Daily from the previous day on the dining table. Ernst Trading Company Goods Acquisition Notice. Roger laughed wryly. This guy didn't even remind me that there's an Beyonder gathering today. It seems he's planning to secretly buy something. Most likely the Beyonder weapon for Sunday. Having understood the reason, Roger began to prepare dinner for himself, and also made a cat meal for Bandit, who had just woken up. Around 10 p.m., Klein returned home with a look of loss. Klein didn't look like this when he came out of the restaurant earlier. Although Roger knew that Klein's bad mood was influenced by William's death, it was also very likely that another important reason was that Klein spent too many pounds when buying weapons for Sun, causing his deposit balance to drop significantly for a while. Fool really lives up to his reputation. He placed a plate of lamb stew with peas on the table and called Klein to eat. How was it? Roger took a sip of soup and then spoke. He was asking about the informant. Not good. By the way, Roger, what pathway can release flaming crows and cause explosions? At this moment, Klein suddenly remembered the Encyclopedia of Mysticism in front of him and asked urgently. Flaming crows? Everything is in one place. Roger frowned. He pretended to think for a while before saying, if it's just an explosion, then at least 2 pathways can do it. But if it's flaming crows, then there's only one pathway. That is the Hunter Pathway. Their Sequence 7 potion name is Pyromaniac, and Pyromaniac can unleash various attacks like fireballs, flaming spears, and fire crows. Roger meticulously explained the abilities of the Pyromaniac that he knew to Klein, then asked again. What, did you encounter a Pyromaniac? Probably. Klein nodded, thought for a while, and then continued to ask. Are there any organizations that master the Hunter Pathway? Roger thought for a moment before answering. If you want me to give you an exact list. I can't, because as far as I know, several families passed down from the 4th epoch have mastered this pathway. But if you ask about organizations that have been relatively active since the 5th epoch and master this pathway, I would tell you it's the Iron and Blood Cross Order. It's worth mentioning that they believe in the True Creator. True Creator? Isn't that the same as the Aurora Order? Klein was stunned and blurted out. Yes. In fact, because of the Aurora Order, I am also looking for clues about the Iron and Blood Cross Order. Roger gave an affirmative answer and added. He said this only to provide sufficient reasons for his subsequent investigation into the Iron and Blood Cross Order, and as for why he was investigating, he conveniently attributed it to the Aurora Order, which shared the same faith as the Iron and Blood Cross Order. Thank you, Roger. This information is very useful to me. Klein exhaled, finished the food in his bowl, and then went to get another serving. Oh, by the way, Mrs. Summers' maid sent an invitation earlier, asking us to attend a banquet at her house. Are you interested? Klein suddenly asked. I'm not going. I don't want to hear Mrs. Summer talk about her standards for middle-class respectable people's income and behavior guidelines. Roger smiled slyly, implying that there was no way he would let Klein drag him along to share the burden. You guy. Klein sighed and said nothing more. After dinner, He transmitted the information about the murderer of Williams that he had investigated through the grey fog to Audrey Hall, who had sent the prayer earlier. At this moment, Audrey was with her friend Viscount Glaint, and coincidentally, Theo de Richer and Force Wall, both Beyonder, were also with them. Audrey deliberately went out for a walk, chatted with the servants for a bit, and then returned to the room where her friends were. "Hugh, come here for a moment, I have something to tell you." Hugh paused slightly. She immediately realized that Audrey had received new clues, and immediately got up and followed. 5 minutes later, Hugh savored the newly received news, murmuring to herself, "Iron and Blood Cross Order. Pyromaniac." This made her a little difficult, as only a Sequence 9, she had not anticipated that the opponent would be a Sequence 7 Beyonder, and even if she and Force teamed up, they would certainly be no match for the other party. "You don't need to act personally. You just need to find out the Iron and Blood Cross Order's stronghold in Backland, and someone on my side will help you deal with the guy who killed your friend. I emphasize again, do not have close contact with them, it's really dangerous." Seeing this, Audrey spoke the instructions of Mr. Fool. Chapter 125, Bale Klein. Will Miss Audrey's people make a move? Theo de Richer had been worrying about how to help Williams get revenge, but upon hearing Audrey's promise, her first reaction was not relief, but surprise. She really hadn't expected that this noble lady, who not long ago seemed new to the Beyonder world, now had the power to deal with a Sequence 7 Beyonder. "Okay." Hugh nodded. She didn't ask further, just nodded and agreed. "Miss Hugh, don't worry too much. Those bad people will definitely be punished." Audrey waved her fist, trying to use her telepathist ability to comfort Hugh. Early the next morning, Klein took on a new detective commission and left his home at Minsk Street 15 early, while Roger tidied up and headed to Devore Music Company in Hillston District again for rehearsal. In fact, today was not the regular rehearsal day for Roger's show. Mr. Jeffrey wanted him to come because the official performance was scheduled for next Tuesday. Mr. Jeffrey hoped to conduct 2 full dress rehearsals before the official performance to simulate and identify any potential issues during the actual show. Soon, the carriage arrived at Devore Music Company. The entrance hall was already filled with many colleagues Roger had become familiar with during this time, including Alice Iman, who had just become an apprentice. "Morning, Alice." Roger went over to greet her, and she smiled when she saw Roger. "I have good news to tell you." Alice pulled Roger aside, then said with some excitement, "These past few days, I haven't sleepwalked anymore." "That's great, congratulations." Roger was also somewhat relieved. In any case, it was good that Alice's illness was getting better. "Thanks to you, truly thank you." Alice sincerely thanked him. Having fully confirmed the effectiveness of the apprentice potion, she was filled with gratitude towards Roger. "For the next while, you must consistently meditate, and also do not overuse the power of the apprentice. That will lead to spiritual depletion and increase your risk of losing control," Roger cautioned, currently playing the role of a mentor. "Yes, teacher." Alice nodded, responding softly. At this point, Mr. Jeffrey finally emerged from his office. He distributed performance schedules and timeline checklists to the respective actors and crews based on their shows. After the actors briefly familiarized themselves, he had them go on stage for rehearsal. "How about it? In a few days, you'll be facing royalty, dukes, and those earls. Are you nervous?" Roger looked at Alice, who was clearly a bit uneasy, and asked with a smile. "It's impossible not to be nervous." Alice looked up at Roger, then said in a low voice, "I've never interacted with nobles, nor performed for them. In fact, I admire your composure. Look at all these actors around us. They're all hoping to be recognized by the king in this performance and become famous overnight." Roger laughed at that. "Nobles and such, I'm quite familiar with them, so such a scene is fine for me." Upon hearing this, Alice suddenly realized, as she remembered Roger's true identity. According to him, his family was also of noble origin, so such a scene might not be a big deal for Roger. However, in reality, Roger had not interacted with any nobles through Abraham's family. Instead, through the Fool Klein, he had to sit at a table with a certain top noble's beloved daughter for meetings every week. Next group, Maiden of Winter City. Just as the two were chatting, Jack, Jeffrey's assistant, called out from nearby. This was the performance Alice Iman and her crew were responsible for. During previous rehearsals, Roger had already watched this show, which had clear religious characteristics, several times from the side. Its general content tells the story of a poor maiden who sold goat's milk in Winter City. During a famine, she actively worked for the goddess church, saving many poor commoners, and was eventually chosen by the goddess, gradually becoming a bishop. Winter City is one of the main cities in Winter County, home to the headquarters of the Church of the Evernite Goddess, the Chapel of Serenity, also known as the Sanctuary by the Night Watchers. Roger was not sure if the story told in this stage play was real or if it actually pointed to a real Church of the Evernite Goddess bishop, but it did not prevent its widespread circulation among Black Evernite Goddess believers. And Alice played the maiden who became a bishop of the Night Church. In fact, her qualifications were not enough to take on such a C position, but according to Jeffrey, Alice's elf-like temperament perfectly matches everyone's stereotype of the Maiden of Winter City. This arrangement naturally caused dissatisfaction among Alice's competitors. But in fact, even Alice herself had some reservations about this view. She believed she should become the lead actress of the show based on her own hard work rather than her appearance, hoping to prove that her singing ability matched her position. This was also one of the reasons why she cared deeply about the upcoming official performance. Before long, it was Roger's turn for Fallen Princess in the rehearsal, and he naturally completed the performance with ease. Soon, all the rehearsals ended. Mr. Jeffrey frowned, explaining the issues each crew needed to pay attention to, then turned to Roger. "Bonello." Upon seeing him, Jeffrey's previous look of worry instantly changed, replaced by an appreciative smile. "You don't need to come to the next rehearsal." "What do you mean, don't need to come?" Roger didn't react for a moment, and many colleagues around him pricked up their ears, looking over curiously. However, Jeffrey, realizing he had misspoken, waved his hand. "What I mean is, your performance is impeccable, without any issues, so you should rest well during this time. Just go directly to the Royal Grand Theatre at 6 o'clock next Tuesday morning for makeup. Go to the front desk later to get some throat lozenges for your voice. Try to avoid going out these next few days to prevent catching a cold. Also, Jennifer, Albert, William, you don't need to come either." The latter three people Jeffrey mentioned were the top performers of DeVore Music Company at the moment, and also a top soprano and two baritones in the entire Lun art world. For these three, an impeccable performance was normal. However, for Roger, an amateur newcomer, to receive the same treatment was truly beyonder. As expected, Jeffrey's arrangement immediately drew envious glances from many people around Roger, and whispers filled the entire venue. However, Mr. Jeffrey noticed their reactions and immediately shouted, "Everyone else stay. All team leaders, correct errors second by second according to the timeline this afternoon." For a time, DeVore Music Company was filled with wailing, but the actors had nothing to say about it. They had all witnessed Roger's performance during this period. At least these actors knew they simply couldn't reach Roger's level. In terms of control over his character's emotions and singing ability alone, he was already comparable to the three top performers, Jennifer and the others. In fact, for him, who was almost finished digesting the singer potion, he could take on any role in any of the shows in this performance. And after this period, Roger had even memorized most of their lines. In other words, if Roger had Amon's parasitic ability, he alone could support an entire music company. But no matter what, being able to rest for a few more days was a good thing. Roger nodded, then smiled and waved goodbye to his colleagues around him, leaving the scene under everyone's gaze. This also included Alice, the newly promoted apprentice, who sighed with a complex expression and turned to continue familiarizing herself with the parts she needed to improve. After Roger left DeVore Music Company, he took a carriage back to Minsk Street 15. Just as he took out his key to open the door, he saw lawyer Jürgen Cooper walking from the street corner, looking preoccupied. "Bonello." Seeing his employer Sherlock Moriarty's roommate return home, lawyer Jürgen was slightly startled, then said, "Detective Moriarty has been detained by the police, do you know?" "Ah." Roger was stunned when he heard this. "I didn't know." "What for?" "Illegal possession of a firearm. I'm going to bail him out now." Do you want to come with me? Jürgen looked at him and asked. Roger couldn't help but let out a chuckle when he heard this. Only then did he realize that after the Black Cat Brody's disappearance incident, Jürgen had become Klein's exclusive collaborating lawyer. Although Jürgen's price was not expensive, he was a senior partner in a law firm, highly skilled in his work, and very familiar with the civilers field. He nodded. Yes, I'll pay for the carriage. Lawyer Jürgen seemed to be waiting for this sentence. He nodded in satisfaction and boarded a hired carriage with Roger. Before long, the two arrived at the detention center of the Sherwood Borough Police Station. After a series of cumbersome bail procedures, a listless Klein was finally brought out. He wasn't wearing his coat, and his gun holster, usually tucked under his armpit, had been confiscated, clearly indicating he had been searched. I've paid for your bail and lawyer's fees. Roger looked at Klein with amusement, who immediately showed a grateful expression. Thank you. I'll pay you back when we get home, and the money for the gun I lost. Klein put on his coat and thanked him in a low voice. Don't be a stranger. You can just cook for the next month. Roger patted Klein's shoulder, then asked again. What happened just now? Why were you suddenly arrested by the police? Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.